Chapter 18 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. The Last Term. Rose entered upon the next term with a mind full of grief and apprehension. Helen was to leave at the end of it, and also it was the term of the senior Cambridge. She could not now imagine herself at Minerva House without Helen. True, she was on good terms with many of the other girls. True, she was popular. But her liking for the majority of her schoolfellows was only on the surface, and to lose Helen was to lose the one real friend she had made. She dared not think of her coming bereavement, yet her mind was full of it as they drove across London together the following afternoon, and the Cambridge, which would have otherwise engrossed her attention, sank into insignificance before the impending, infinitely more terrible occurrence. "But there's all the term," Helen reminded her when she began to bewail it. Helen had regained her customary calmness, and there was nothing remaining now, in her manner, of the previous night's funniness. "Yes, but it will get nearer and nearer and spoil everything," said Rose miserably. "And then there's that awful exam, and I shall have to cram, and there'll be so little time to be together." "You'll come and stay with me again in the summer. Anyhow, don't let's think of it before it comes," Helen urged philosophically. "All sorts of things may happen." The rather hazy prophecy was a few hours later fulfilled in a fashion which took away Rose's breath. Some hint of its nature might have reached her in Miss Quayle's manner, when just before prayers she entered the dining-room and shook hands with each girl in turn. But in the interest of other greetings and excited questionings and answers, she did not sufficiently remark the touch of irritated annoyance in the perfunctory words of welcome with which the principal addressed her. It was only when the last post brought a letter from her grandmother that, in startling fashion, the bolt dropped from the blue. She had read only a few lines of the sheet before her when, with a smothered exclamation, she let it fall into her lap. "Helen!" she exclaimed. "I'm to leave this term. Grandmamma says she's written to Miss Quayle." She took up the letter again and hurriedly skimmed through the remaining half-page. Mrs. Lester wrote briefly that an exceptional opportunity having occurred for Lucy to go to France in the summer, she proposed to avail herself of the chance to send her there. Meanwhile, Rose must leave school, where Mrs. Lester considered she had remained quite long enough to learn all that was good for her, and in future give all her attention to the study of French with Mademoiselle Latouche, who was to stay on with Rose instead of Lucy as a pupil. "Whatever else they may have taught you at your advanced school, it certainly isn't French," she wrote, "for you couldn't speak 2 words of the language the last time you were at home. We must see what Mademoiselle Latouche can do before you too go abroad to perfect your languages, which, in my humble opinion, will be of considerably more value to you than Euclid. I have written to Miss Quayle, and have already received a communication from her to the effect that you were to be sent in for the senior Cambridge, whatever that may mean, next term. She seems to think that a good and sufficient reason for me to reconsider my notice. I have, of course, written to tell her that it will not be convenient to me to alter my plans, and the matter is therefore closed. I hope you have had a pleasant visit." "Who is Ibsen?" "You seem to think I ought to know. I can assure you I don't. But then, I do not profess to move with the times. Nevertheless, I trust you enjoyed the play to which, in your last letter, you told me you were going. The Doll's House sounds rather childish. Perhaps your friend the professor thinks grown-up plays unsuited to your age. He was right to be on the safe side, though at 16 I was taken to see the dramas of Racine. I hear that Mrs. Winter is again very seriously ill, so I'm afraid we shall not see the family at Brook Hall yet awhile. It is a sad trial for her husband and that fine boy of hers. I always pity the husband of a delicate woman." Rose looked up at Helen mutely when she had hastily scanned the letter, forgetting to be amused by, scarcely indeed noticing, the reference to a doll's house. She was overwhelmed by the suddenness of this announcement. It seemed to her that she had been all her life at Minerva House, as though she could not think further than its walls, and the walls of the college. "Are you glad?" asked Helen. "I don't know," she returned, speaking slowly, as though stunned. "It would be awful to come back without you, but I don't know what it will be like at home, without Lucy even, with only Grandmamma and Mademoiselle." She did know what it would be like, or rather a faint foreshadowing of it already began to oppress her. But Helen was optimistic. "At any rate, you will be your own mistress. You won't be in leading strings. You won't hear that sort of thing, for instance," she declared. Her lip curled scornfully as Miss Bird passed through the room, calling in her irritating voice for Gladys Curry, who had left her pencil box about, to go at once and sign her name. It was true, but on the other hand, she would not hear the gay voices of the girls, nor any irrepressible, cheerful giggling, nor meet young eyes and youthful smiles. And some realization of this began to weave a grave veil over the future. "Well, I shan't have to cram now for the Cambridge. We shall have more time together. That's one good thing," she said with a satisfaction that was only half real. In the depths of her heart, though she was very doubtful about passing it, she was disappointed about the Cambridge. It would be awful to fail, but it was depressing after a good deal of work not to be given a chance of passing. The prayer bell rang, and Miss Quayle, who had returned to her study after her formal greeting to the girls, entered, prayer books in hand, and took her place at the head of the table. That she was in an irritable mood was apparent from the way in which she turned over the leaves of the Bible in search of the chapter for the evening, and the girls nudged one another furtively under the shelter of the table. Betty Ireton, a delicate, pale-faced child who today would have been undergoing the open-air treatment, began to cough. Miss Quayle looked at her sharply once or twice without pausing in her reading. But when the coughing, augmented by nervousness, continued, she let the open Bible fall onto the table with a crash and addressed the offender. "Elizabeth Ireton, if you haven't sufficient self-control to avoid disturbing the whole room in that fashion, you'd better get up and go away." The child struggled for a moment with the racking cough, and then, with scarlet cheeks and tears in her eyes, left her seat and ran out of the room. "Betty can't help coughing. She coughs all night long," cried Rose suddenly, burning with indignation and too angry to care for the consequences of her interference. There was a fearful pause, during which one or two of the girls turned pale. What was to be the result of this amazing, unheard-of audacity? "You may go into my study, Rose Cottingham, and wait there for me," said Miss Quayle at last, with flashing eyes and convulsive movements of her hands. Rose waited for her at the trysting place in a tumult of emotion. "I'm glad I'm going to leave. She's a wicked, cruel woman. I hate her. Pouncing on a poor child who's ill before the whole school like that," she muttered to herself jerkily as she raged about the room. "And now she'll come and rave at me for an hour, I suppose." To her surprise, to her stupefaction indeed, Miss Quayle entered more quietly than was her wont. Her wrath seemed subdued, and at first she actually made no allusion to the interruption of prayers. "No doubt you are aware that your grandmother intends to remove you at the end of the term," she began. "Yes," returned Rose shortly. "Now, my dear child, sit down. Can you not persuade her to allow you to stay at any rate till after the examination, which, as you know, falls early next term? You have been working very well, Rose. I am pleased with the reports of your form, mistress, and it is 1,000 pities that you should not be given a chance to do honor to the school before you leave it. I repeat, can you not influence your grandmother?" "No," repeated Rose sullenly. "Grandmamma doesn't think the exam's at all important, and if she's made up her mind that I shall leave, nothing will alter her." Miss Quayle was silent for a moment. "If you know that to be the case, there's no more to be said," she allowed unwillingly. "I admit her letter to me gave me little hope. Now, my dear child," she went on briskly, "what are you going to do when you leave? Are you going to waste your time idling at home, or are you going to use those gifts of mind which God has given you for the example and glory of womanhood? You ought to go to Girton, Rose Cottingham. You are a girl of brains and character, and if you will only bend your will to the mastery of subjects you dislike—" "Grandmamma would never let me go to Girton." "It's your duty to overcome her objections," returned Miss Quayle, thumping upon the table with her clenched fist. "Will, strong, determined will, can do anything. I have fought through opposition and prejudice and difficulties of all sorts in my time, and I know that all that is required in women is the will to succeed. Now, my dear Rose Cottingham, you are in many ways a talented girl. I have just been shown by the editor of the school magazine a little article of yours which she proposes to print. It gives promise of great things. You may become a writer, even a great writer, Rose Cottingham. But in the meantime, your mind needs the training which only a university education can give it. My dear child, Girton is the place for you." Rose was dimly aware of the continuance of a long address, in which a sketch of herself was given with a mind fortified and rendered clear and logical by the training of Girton, emerging upon a startled world as a marvelous writer, an exponent of all that was good and fine and noble in womanhood. "You might be the brightest jewel in the crown of Quayle College, my dear Rose," was the peroration, "if only you would first go to Girton and then bend your gifts reverently to the service of woman's progress." She heard the last words, however, and was not greatly affected by them, nor attracted by the prospect they invited, even though the flattery they implied was very sweet. The one fact singing in her mind was that her little story was going to be printed. That, and that alone, seemed the summit of her wildest dreams, and her heart was beating fast with pride and ecstasy. She had forgotten Betty Ireton till, after the suffocating embrace which ended the address, Miss Quayle said suddenly, "I forgive your remark at prayer time tonight, because I understand that it sprang from mistaken kindness, and was not at least intentionally impertinent. My dear child, do you not yet understand that what I wish to inculcate in young people is self-control? In the past, women have been lacking in that quality, and it must be conspicuous in the new womanhood. It is not necessary to cough. It is not necessary to faint, nor to have hysterics, nor to indulge in any of those weaknesses which used to be considered pretty in a woman." She laid an accent of ineffable scorn upon the adjective. "But I think Betty is really ill," Rose demurred, much more mildly than half an hour ago she would have spoken. "I often hear her coughing in the night. She sleeps in the next room to mine." "That a doctor will decide tomorrow. Meanwhile, my dear child, please call her Elizabeth, and not Betty. I thought you knew that I object to nicknames. A woman should bear the name by which she was baptized. Elizabeth Ireton must see a doctor, and if her cough is really beyond her own control, which I doubt, her parents must remove her. And now, my dear child, good night. Think over all I have said, and make Girton the goal you must and can reach by a patient effort of will. You owe it to the school. Remember that the glory must be to the school." Rose went slowly upstairs. She understood why one or two of the more studious girls adored Miss Quayle. She was an adept at a flattery which gained rather than lost in value by the violence of the condemnation with which it was generally mingled. She had flattered Rose, who was the more susceptible to flattery because its effect so soon wore off, neutralized by her fundamental lack of self-confidence. Praise to her was like champagne, stimulating but evanescent, and as one of the more discriminating teachers at the college remarked, she could swallow buckets full of it without its going to her head. It was a little in her head tonight, however, and it caused her to take a more lenient and possibly a juster view of Miss Quayle's attack upon poor little Betty, whom, as she passed her room, she heard still coughing distressfully. It's all very well, of course, to want girls not to be silly and affected, and not to imagine they're ill when there's nothing the matter with them. And I suppose that's what she thinks she's aiming at. But she's got no imagination, and she fits everything into her own theories. That's what it is, no imagination. Anyone can see that Betty oughtn't to be here at all. Her indignation, to some extent, revived, but was certainly not so violent as it had been before the interview in the study. She went to sleep with the words, "possibly a great writer," ringing pleasantly in her ears, aware, nevertheless, that all the savor of the phrase would in a day or two have escaped, and she would have come to the conclusion that her writing was nonsense. She regretted that she had not yielded to Professor Fergurson's wish to read her literary efforts, but shyness and a dread of his criticism had kept her firm in her refusal. She was sorry now. It was Helen who, in spite of her protests, had taken her fishing boat thing to Miss Solly, the editor of the school magazine, and Miss Solly had really accepted it. That, at least, was something substantial. It was a fact. It would not evaporate, as did so many of her visions in the cold light of morning. Before Rose had been back a week, the insistent, crowded life of school made her visit to the Fergusons seem like a dream, a vivid dream which recurred to her at odd moments and startled her when she remembered that it had been reality. One thing alone stood out in actual, naked fact, and that was the dockers' strike. She was eager for tidings of it, but no newspaper was ever seen by the girls of Minerva House, and she was forced to daily questioning of Miss Mortlake, who was known occasionally to glance at a copy of the Morning Post before the servants took it out of Miss Quayle's study for use in the kitchen. Miss Mortlake had little time for newspapers, but stirred by Rose's interest, she managed to read the Morning Post's summary of events every day, and was finally able to tell her that a settlement had been reached. "That means that the men have won, doesn't it?" asked Rose joyfully. "I suppose you're a socialist, Miss Mortlake?" "I know very little about it, dear. I wish I had more time to study these questions." She sighed, and Rose suddenly realized that Miss Mortlake was a sort of slave, and perhaps quite as much to be pitied as the dockers themselves, except that she has enough to eat, she added to herself. "If socialism is trying to help unhappy people, I'm a socialist," continued Miss Mortlake, with a melancholy smile. "There are so many unhappy people in the world." The little dialogue took place outside the study door one morning, just as the crocodile was due to start on its daily walk to the college. Before Rose could pursue the conversation, Miss Quayle dashed into the hall. "Surely it's time to go, Miss Mortlake," she exclaimed in her usual tone of only half-suppressed fury. She glanced at the clock with an accusing face. "That's 5 minutes fast, Miss Quayle," began the teacher meekly. "I was just—" "Now, my dear Miss Mortlake, don't argue," interrupted the principal in a lower key, intended to be audible only to her listener, but failing in that intention. "I have given orders about punctuality, and I expect those orders—" Her voice was drowned in the clamor of the bell, which she herself seized from the hall table and rang violently to the consternation of the girls in the cloakroom, half of whom were not ready. Rose, having put on her hat early, on purpose to have a moment with Miss Mortlake before starting, was, so to speak, saved by the skin of her teeth. "It's 5 minutes too soon, Miss Mortlake." "Oh, what a shame! We aren't ready. How can we possibly—" Rose heard the clamor as she ran downstairs after Miss Mortlake, who, with a flush on her cheek, was trying to hurry off the indignant and protesting girls. "It must be awful to be Miss Mortlake," she thought, as she joined Helen for the walk to the college. Looking back at the procession starting from the side gate, she saw that Miss Mortlake was walking with a new girl who had found no partner, and she recalled her own first day at school and wondered whether the new girl felt as miserable as she herself had felt then. "It's dreadful that there are so many unhappy people in the world, isn't it?" she remarked suddenly to Helen as they swung down the road. "What makes you think of it just now?" "Something Miss Mortlake said, and that new child walking with her, and the dockers, and all the poor people who are always struggling, and Miss Mortlake herself," said Rose comprehensively. "Why Miss Mortlake?" "Don't you think she is unhappy? You ought to have heard the way Miss Quayle spoke to her just now." "She's used to it. You always think people are as unhappy as you would be in their circumstances." "Why shouldn't they be?" "Because most people don't feel much. I don't suppose Miss Mortlake does. She's just dull." "Well, I can't imagine anything much worse than that, even if she is. Perhaps she didn't start dull. The dullness has come because she's gone on so many years without any happiness. That's the worst thing of all." "People have different sorts of happiness that you know nothing about," Helen assured her. "I'm sure Miss Mortlake's religion makes her happy, for instance." "And that's all she has." "Well, I dare say it's enough, when you're her age," said Helen, with the superb, unconscious cruelty of youth. "But there was all the time before she came to be that age. She told me the other day she's been here 15 years. Just imagine, she's got all gray and old just doing this every day for 15 years." Rose shuddered. "Yes, it's rather awful, of course, but all the same, she hasn't been so unhappy as you would have been, I'm sure. And you never would have done it. You would have broken away somehow. People who want things very much get them somehow, I'm sure. I expect Miss Mortlake didn't want anything very much." Rose was silent. Helen was always so reasonable, and she nearly always recognized, if not at the moment, then later, the truth of what she said. It was true, and she knew it, that she would never have been, could never be, a Miss Mortlake. But she felt very sorry for the people who hadn't the courage to break away. It must often be difficult, almost impossible, if one wasn't very clever, and if one had no money. And without being very clever, people might want things badly, she reflected. "What am I going to do at home, for instance?" she thought, with a sudden panic realization of her own circumstances. "Grandmamma will expect me to stay there, and if she won't give me the money to go away, and of course she won't, what am I to do?" "Now what are you thinking about that makes you look frightened?" asked Helen, after a glance at her friend's face. Rose tried to explain. "But it's no use explaining Grandmamma to you," she concluded hopelessly. "You have always done what you liked, and your father is quite different. He thinks you ought to do what you like, but Grandmamma thinks there's only one thing for girls to do: to get married." "Well, get married, and then you can do what you please." "But there's no one to marry at Glen Cove." "You'll come up to London, of course, and marry some nice, clever man, and have a salon like the French people long ago. And all the clever people will come to it because you'll be a great writer by that time, and everyone will want to know you." Rose brightened at this rosy prospect. It sounded quite incredible, but it was a splendid idea, and splendid of Helen to have thought of it. "Anyhow, that couldn't happen for lots of years," she demurred. "And all that time I shall be at home, while you're at Girton." "Perhaps I shan't go to Girton." Rose turned to her in surprise. "I thought you wanted to." "I did, but I'm not so keen on it now, somehow. It will depend upon how much I like going to parties and dances. I shall try that first." "You've changed, Helen," said Rose suddenly. She was thinking of Helen's funniness again in conjunction with this new talk about dances. "No? How? Why shouldn't I like dances?" asked Helen rather hurriedly. "You know how I love dancing, and so do you," she added. "We can both dance well, thank goodness." Helen and Rose were the show pupils at the weekly dancing class, held in the winter in the Callie room, and taught by a voluble old Frenchwoman, never tired of praising the grace of the two girls, who were always partners. Rose looked forward to the lesson from week to week. On the dancing evening she was always completely happy. "Oh, yes, I know. But you used to be so down on the Robinsons for always talking about their parties." "The sort of parties they go to," returned Helen, with her head in the air. "Oh, well, they think they're lovely. I mean, I thought you cared too much about books and learning and clever talk and all that, to think that dances were worth giving up Girton for." "Well, perhaps I shan't. I can do both." Rose sighed. It was magnificent to be Helen, who had only to choose what she would or would not do. There was a pause, in which she tried not to think of studying French with Mademoiselle Latouche. "Have you ever read any of Swinburne?" asked Helen suddenly, while Rose was listening mechanically to snatches of talk from the couples before and behind her. The question fell oddly between their exclamations and remarks. "Perfectly awful. So she said I was to take a conduct mark, and I said, 'I tell you, she'll get the history prize.'" "No," she replied, pulling herself together. "He's a poet, isn't he?" "I found poems and ballads in Father's study 2 or 3 days before the end of the holidays, and I read some of it. I wish I could have brought it back," Helen went on rather dreamily. "But it would have been confiscated, of course." "Why?" "Not proper," said Helen, with a mocking inflection in her voice. "Isn't it?" Helen shrugged her shoulders. "From Miss Quayle's point of view, I suppose not. But it's beautiful. I'll lend it to you in the holidays." "What sort of poems? What are they about?" "Oh, love," said Helen, as they went up the steps of the college. The term fled with inconceivable rapidity, and left Rose with a sense of grasping continually at something which eluded her. The visit to the Fergursons had given a tremendous stimulus to a nature which, without extraneous aids, was of the slow developing order, and for the first time she began to be dimly conscious of the complexity of things, above all, of the complexity of human beings. Her intuitions as a child, keen and true, had for a time been overlaid by the more or less stultifying routine of school, but now they reemerged and were backed by conscious thought. She began to view even the teachers with different eyes. Formerly she had never thought of them except in relation to herself and to school, of which they had seemed component parts, existing only as machines for the accomplishment of certain ends. Now she often watched them and wondered what they were really like inside. Once, that term, when Miss Stewart, her present form mistress, was dictating some notes to the class, she paused. Rose, who had finished the sentence and looked up expectant of the next words, found her gazing out of the window with a preoccupied expression which stirred her curiosity. Miss Stewart was rather young and rather pretty, with bunches of dark curls drawn back from a white forehead and a round face in which were set deep blue eyes. She had evidently forgotten the waiting class, and the girls began to giggle and exchange glances. A slight outburst of mirth from the back row finally recalled their teacher's wandering attention. She blushed to her white forehead, and hurriedly taking up the book, continued her dictation. Rose wondered of what she had been thinking. That absent, faraway gaze had made her realize that Miss Stuart had a home, friends, joys, troubles, perhaps a whole life, in fact, of which she knew nothing. That the Miss Stuart out of Quayle College might be a very different person from the rather cold, rather detached, very formal little lady she appeared to her pupils seemed to her, now, not impossible. "People are so mixed up," she said to Helen. "It's so worrying, because one never knows all the things that make them what they are. I wonder what sort of life Miss Bird has had, and what she does in the holidays." "I don't care a bit what Miss Bird does in the holidays," returned Helen coldly. "She's an underbred, insignificant woman, beneath one's notice." "She is. I mean, she's a little toad," agreed Rose with fervor. "But I don't think she's beneath notice. I've come to the conclusion that no one's beneath notice. People are so interesting." "I don't find many people here interesting." "Not what they say, but what they are. I mean, what has made them like that. Sometimes I feel I should like to pick everyone to pieces to see what's going on in their heads, and how it came there. But I dare say I shouldn't know any better if I did," she added reflectively, "because when I try to take myself to pieces, I'm just as muddled as ever about myself even." "Show me what you're writing," said Helen. It was Saturday afternoon, too hot for a walk, and most of the girls were lounging in the garden, reading or doing needlework. Helen and Rose were in the rickety little summer house, which Rose liked because of the rustling noise of the poplar tree outside, which always reminded her of the sound of the sea. "Oh, no," said Rose, hastily covering the sheets she had written with both hands. "It's all nonsense. I can't do it properly. It's in my head, but it won't come out." "You say that about everything you do," complained Helen, "and you'll never do anything if you take that sort of attitude. Why on earth haven't you more self-confidence?" She had asked the question 100 times before, and 100 times Rose had given up the puzzle. But she was happy that summer. It was warm, and she loved the heat and the scents of the poor tiny London garden. She loved the long twilight in which she strolled on the dried-up grass plot with Helen, or sometimes with other friends, for she reached the height of her popularity that last term, and nearly all the girls bewailed her impending loss. Rose felt fond of all of them. Free from the strain of an examination, she worked only moderately hard, and had time to breathe and feel and think. One painful occurrence, however, made a deep impression and marred the peace of her last few weeks at Minerva House. Betty Ireton had left during the first week of the term. The doctor had given an unfavorable report, and the child was taken away into the country by her mother. 10 weeks later, a little girl who had been Betty's chief friend received a heartbroken letter from Mrs. Ireton with the news that Betty was dead. Miss Mortlake read prayers that morning, for Miss Quayle did not appear till breakfast time. And when she came, she entered the room quietly, and going up to the child who had received the letter and was crying, she bent over and kissed her. "I'm sure you will all be grieved to hear that poor little Elizabeth Ireton died 2 days ago," she said, addressing the room in a low, moved voice. "She was a good, gentle little girl, and we shall—" She paused abruptly, apparently unable to trust her voice. "Perhaps some of you would like to send a few flowers to her mother," she added when she had gone to her place at the end of the table. She sat down, and the girls, who had been looking at their plates in an embarrassed and uncomfortable fashion, began to talk in low voices amongst themselves. Rose was silent, her heart beating painfully. She was conscious first of a rush of pity for Miss Quayle, who must be thinking of what had practically been her last words to Betty. Perhaps she was wondering how many of the girls remembered them. It must be awful for her, she thought. And suddenly her mind went back to a day long ago when, in a fit of temper, She had said she wished Lucy would die. Lucy developed measles next day, and Rose still remembered the black, awful horror of her remorse when she thought God might be going to take her at her word. Suppose Miss Quayle was feeling anything like that? If so, it was Miss Quayle she pitied rather than Betty. She recalled the child's pitiful, frightened little face when she ran from the room after being reprimanded for coughing, and as it rose vividly before her, tears choked her. It was awful that a child who was going to die should have been frightened. She was a timid little thing, Rose remembered, who always started and trembled when Miss Quayle came into the room. How unspeakably dreadful it must be to know that someone had been afraid of you and was now dead. Her pity for Miss Quayle was so acute and painful that it was with intense though shocked relief that she heard her the same evening in a towering rage, fulminating against Cissy Crofts and May Woodford for daring to go out in the damp garden in their indoor shoes. I needn't have bothered, she told herself, with contempt for her own soft-heartedness. She felt it for a moment, and now she's forgotten. I'm glad she has, because I don't like her, and I don't want to be sorry for her. And now I needn't. I wonder whether most people are like that. Perhaps it's silly to waste time on other people's feelings. Helen thinks so, I know. I wish I could help doing it. She was glad she had said nothing to Helen about the passionate, unnecessary pity she had carried about in her heart all day, and of which she now felt ashamed. In her schoolgirl language, she told herself that she had been sold. As the term drew to an end, she became obsessed by the realization of the last of all the common, everyday experiences of which she had so often wearied. There was the last Sunday, with the walk through roads bordered by stucco houses, to the gray stone, ordinary-looking church, where, so far as Rose was concerned, the Reverend Butts enunciated the last of his platitudes. Then the long afternoon devoted to sweets, the simulated reading of Sunday stories, and the frequent writing of her name in birthday books for girls who were going to write to her every week all their lives and would never, never forget her. The word shame, the hackneyed word of all work at Minerva House, was on every lip. It was a shame she was going. Oh, what a horrid shame! Oh, Rose, what a shame it is! This is the last Sunday. Oh, Rose, darling, it will be awful without you. It's a shame. She went to bed with the word ringing in her ears. Then came the last flannel-clad Callie, before breakfast on the last day, the last walk down to the college with Helen, and the last morning's school, which, unlike an ordinary school day, was largely devoted to the reading out of class lists and places in form, and the tidying of lockers and books. Her form mistress, Miss Stewart, shook hands with her, while the other girls were filing out after the last bell had rung. "Goodbye, Rose. I hear you are leaving," she said in her unemotional voice. "I hope you will do well. If you are going in for any of the higher examinations later on, you must work at your mathematics, you know." She hurried away in response to another insistent bell, which called her to see the girls out of the cloakrooms, and Rose glanced round the now deserted classroom with its yellow Swedish desks, its distempered walls, and the bleak windows wide open, framing squares of intense blue sky. In passing along the gallery outside, she looked down into the big hall, at the rows of shiny seats, at the platform and the organ, and at the large, framed black tablets on either side of it, on which, in gilt letters, were inscribed the names of the winners of scholarships and of special honors for the school. Her name was not there. It would never now be there, and she experienced a dreary sense of failure as a schoolgirl. There was a dreary pain altogether at her heart, made up of many undefined emotions. She had always hated the atmosphere of the college, even though custom had reduced her first violent antipathy to a vague distaste for the hygienic ugliness of her scholastic surrounding. She liked it no better now, but she was wretched to leave it. A door was closed, never to be reopened, and behind it lay so much that counted. Excitements, triumphs, despairs, idleness, feverish striving, fun, laughter, silly but delightful giggling, trifling hopes, as trifling fears. Rose vaguely thought of them all, and they were all vaguely precious now that she was leaving them behind. A teacher, hurrying along the gallery, scolded her sharply for loitering, and she rushed downstairs, forcing back her tears. Minerva House was a whirl of packing, of laughter, of sentimental gush and endearment, of lamentation mingled with rejoicing for the coming summer holidays. The afternoon passed like a worrying dream, and at dusk she and Helen strolled for the last time up and down the grass plot at the back of the house, whose lighted windows showed figures passing and repassing. A babble of gay, chattering voices rose and fell upon the summer air. Rose was crying silently, and Helen's eyes were wet. "I can't help knowing exactly what it will be like," said Rose in a choking voice. "Day after day, with no one to speak to. I mean, no one who understands. It will be awful." "You'll find a way out," Helen assured her. "I know you'll find a way out. And there's always me, you must remember, and our house. Father is so fond of you. You must come often." "If Grandmamma will let me," murmured Rose. Miss Quayle's address to her in the study after prayers was a little lacking in cordiality. "You ought to have done better in class," she said. "For a girl of your ability to be only 12th out of 25 is not creditable. It's the old tale of the mathematics, over which you have been incurably obstinate. But, leaving that aside, let me adjure you, my dear girl, not to waste your time at home. We may yet see you at Girton, winning honors which will reflect glory on the college." Rose refrained from again insisting on the baselessness of this vision. She was tired and depressed, and needed no reminder that she ought to have done better. On the whole, she had done her best, and things hadn't come off. It was the mathematics, of course, but she felt that there would always be something against the achievement of complete success. She was up against her limitations again, dimly realizing them, as she had done since her childhood. The cab that was to take her to Paddington was early at the door next morning. She had taken leave of Helen alone in the empty Callie room downstairs, and she came up white and tearless, scarcely noticing the kisses showered upon her by the group of girls in the hall. Miss Quayle sailed from the study, scattering them, and embraced her, though with less fervor than when she subsequently enfolded in her arms Mary Cartwright, the winner of the Goldsmith's scholarship, who was also leaving. Rose had been a disappointing girl, and the possible chance of amends through the senior Cambridge having failed, there was a coldness about Miss Quayle's farewell. Rose caught a glimpse of her as the cab drove off, swaying angrily towards a retreating girl. Then the hall door closed upon the stout, awe-inspiring little figure which had stood for so much in the past few years. Pushing down the ramshackle window of the four-wheeler, she looked for the last time at Minerva House, with sensations which worried her because she could not define them. She had been unhappy there, and also happy, but that did not seem to matter. What mattered now was that it was all over. The door had closed. Miss Mortlake, who had been told off to see her to the station, wondered, as she sat beside her in the cab, of what she was thinking. She was sorry Rose was going. She had always liked, but never understood her. This last term the girl had been charming to her, and there were few girls at Minerva House of whom that could be said. Miss Mortlake, who was going to a home of rest for governesses at Broadstairs that afternoon, sighed and wondered how long she could afford to stay there. The summer holidays always made a great hole in the term's salary, and she had no cool dresses and scarcely knew how to breathe in the winter coat she was still wearing at the end of July. Though she pulled herself together and took a cheerful farewell of Rose after she had seen her into the train, the girl saw the smile die out of her eyes almost before the carriage had glided past the spot where she stood waving on the platform. Another human being had passed out of her life, of whose unofficial existence she knew nothing, and Rose felt that this was desperately sad. End of Chapter 18. Read by James K. White. Chula Vista.
Chapter 19 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nicole J. LeBoeuf. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. The Hunger of the Heart. For a time, the holidays had their charm. Rose could not realize that they were holidays no longer, that Glen Cove had, so to say, become permanent, and through the sunny days of August she reveled in the beauty of sea and country. The manor house was unchanged, except that it had grown interiorly a little shabbier, the carpets more faded, the chintzes dimmer. But she found no fault in this respect with her home, which consciously now, as always it unconsciously had done, pleased her by its air of dignified repose. Then came the preparations for Lucy's departure. She was to go to Tours, where her grandmother's convent days had been passed, and Mrs. Lester, whose mistrust of schools had not diminished, congratulated herself upon having found a family très convenable into which the girl was to be received. Mesdemoiselles Leblanc, the daughters of an old schoolfellow of her own, were coming to England in September, and Lucy would return with them. Lucy was enraptured at the prospect of going to France, and for a month her clothes were the absorbing topic of the household. A dressmaker worked in the house all day, copying things which came from London, and Rose's dawning delight in dress was awakened by the sight of silks and chiffons and fine underwear. She was amazed at Lucy's skill in dressmaking, as well as in the trimming of hats, and felt keenly her own incompetence in this and every other practical respect. Mrs. Lester herself took Lucy to London to meet her future hostesses, and it was only when she returned next day that Rose began to feel the weight of the dullness to come. Lucy might not be interesting, but she was young, pretty, sweet-tempered, easy to get on with, and Rose often felt for her a renewal of the tender, protective emotion she had experienced when they were both children, and Lucy had been frightened in the night. Now there would be no one but grandmamma, and of course Mademoiselle Latouche, who was to return from her holiday in a day or two. Lucy had loved Mademoiselle Latouche, whose nature, very much like her own, was bright, capable in all material ways, contented with trifles, demanding little of life, never profoundly moved either by grief or joy. In due course she arrived and reminded Rose of a dark canary whose continual aimless hopping and chirping irritated her beyond endurance, a little black-haired, vivacious woman who chattered incessantly and never said anything that mattered. Mademoiselle Latouche had now been 4 years an inmate of the manor house, and by this time had fallen into the ways of the household as one of the family, never so happy as when she could do the marketing, wash china, and clean plate with Mrs. Lester, arrange the flowers, and generally attend to all the domestic side of life, in which alone she was interested. Mrs. Lester viewed her with the paradoxical, approving contempt which she accorded to all women who fulfilled her theoretical notion of the feminine mission. She despised equally the women with intellect and the women with none. If they had brains, they were useless as women and therefore ridiculous. If they had none, they were contemptible in themselves, and though in theory she held the latter state preferable, she concealed a very real disdain for their inconsequence and lack of reasoning power. She spoke of Mademoiselle Latouche as a true woman, and flattered herself that the irony lurking in the description was always carefully concealed. On the surface, indeed, she agreed admirably with the little lady, whose pretty, easy manner appealed to her as graceful and becoming in her sex. Life gradually settled down at the manor house with outward monotony, even though for Rose it held something like frenzied despair. Passionately alive, she was a prisoner, cut off from every mental stimulus, doomed to pass her days between two women, neither of them young, one mentally atrophied, the other possessing no mind at all, and she beat upon her bars in vain, since neither woman realized that the prison existed. Mrs. Lester had long ceased to desire anything fervently, to hope anything that was unreasonable, or to experience active emotions of any kind. She read very little except the daily paper. Her interest in politics was her one remaining link with the world of thought, and that link expressed itself now in bitter, sarcastic comment on the trend of the times, on all modern institutions, ideas, and tendencies. She had reached the stage in intellectual decadence where every new idea is necessarily a bad one, or at best futile and ridiculous, a sign of the ultimate dogship towards which the country was declining. That her granddaughter was of an age and temperament to welcome new ideas, that it was in fact inevitable that she should do so, since she represented the younger generation, never occurred to her. In her eyes, Rose was a wrong-headed little fool, to be mocked at for holding views of any kind. Again and again, Rose determined never to give her grandmother an opportunity of ragging her. She thought of how Helen, in her circumstances, would act, and strove in vain to emulate her coolness and reticence. Helen could live in this house and never let Grandmamma know what she was thinking or feeling, she thought despairingly. Why can't I? It was obvious that she could not. Incurably careless, she left books about which she had sworn to keep under lock and key. She rose like a silly little fish at every purposely sneering remark of Mrs. Lester's directed against the lower classes, or the aspirations of the new woman, and acrimonious wrangles, ending on Rosa's side in a fit of exhausting temper, were the unvarying results. There was a streak of cruelty in Mrs. Lester, a vent, possibly, for the restrained bitterness of so much of her life, and for all her underlying sense of failure, which found exercise in the half-playful, half-vindictive harrying of her granddaughter. You claim so much for women, when you can't stand criticism and you can't stand chaff, she exclaimed one day, seeing Rose on the verge of tears. How do you suppose men would get on if they cried every time their ideas were attacked? It isn't criticism, and it isn't chaff, retorted Rose with justice. If you argued, I should like it, and you would get the best of it, because you know more than I do. And if you teased, I shouldn't mind. I've been teased at school. But you don't. You only sneer and say beastly things. You can go up to your room and stay there, was Mrs. Lester's only reply. I am no more disposed to take impertinence from you at 17 than I was when you were 7. And Rose rushed up to her room in a state of indignant revolt at injustice, and in a temper as violent as any she had experienced at the age last mentioned by her grandmother. Mademoiselle Latouche she found even more exasperating in her futility, than her grandmother in her narrowness and irony. Forced to spend many hours a day with Mademoiselle to acquire the language for the sake of which she had been led into domestic captivity, Rose was bored till she could have screamed aloud by the little woman's ceaseless inane chatter about nothing. "Mon Dieu, quel beau temps!" she would begin, as they started on their daily walk. "It is strange how the sunshine makes happy. Have you not noticed that, Rose chérie? On a dull day one is triste. On a sunny day one is full of gaiety. How is that? Can you explain, my little Rose? Ah, see, there goes Madame Arrington driving in her carriage. What a hat! Where do you think she bought it, my Rose? Blue! I detest blue. Which do you prefer, my little Rose, blue or pink? You do not answer. Why? Is it that you are sad? But why are you sad, my child?" "Because I'm bored to death." "Mon Dieu, but that I cannot understand. Your sister, the dear Lucy, was never bored. You are young. The young should be gay. Why are you not gay? Lucy was always gay like a little bird, and always occupied. From morning till night she was occupied and always happy. She fed the birds, the dog, the cat. She played on the piano. She sang. She made her frocks, but with a touch, like a Parisienne. She did not read much, la petite paresseuse." Mademoiselle laughed indulgently. "But why, then? She is young, she is beautiful, and that is enough for a young girl. Why should she spoil her so pretty eyes with books? Learned books are for men. The young girl should be gay and seek to please. You study too much, Rose chérie. You might be a boy. Look at me. I never cared to read dull books to improve my mind, and I am gay, but gay. Everything pleases me." Mademoiselle burst into a little song composed chiefly of tra-la-la, and flicked her fingers playfully before Rose's sombre face. In her own mind, Rose was more or less consciously translating the little Frenchwoman's chatter into canary language. "Hop, hop, hop, chirp, chirp. What lovely groundsel! Sugar? Quel bonheur! Peck, peck! Now I will sing!" And a strain of ear-splitting trills and shakes immediately followed. "I envy you," she said one day with sudden vehemence. "But yes, I have the contented mind," sang Mademoiselle complacently. Certain it was that Rose had not. The boredom from which, even as a child, she had suffered acutely enough in her home, was intensified 100-fold now that she stood on the brink of womanhood, with mind and body alike eager for life, for change, for movement. A born traveler, she saw herself stranded on a desert island, where she stood stretching out imploring hands in vain, scanning the horizon for the white flutter of a sail. Letters were her one means of communication with the active, breathing outside world, where things happened and people were alive and doing. She wrote them feverishly and lived for the 2 posts a day, which happily might bring her tidings of that outer world. But her correspondence with 6 girls still at Minerva House soon dwindled and died. They were busy, careless, forgetful, and Rose had become a memory. Helen alone was faithful, and without her frequent letters and the books and papers she sent, Rose thought she would have died. As it was, her correspondence with her gave her as much pain as pleasure, for the fierce jealousy it roused. Helen was enjoying life to the full. She was 17.5 now, and she had begun to go to dances, chaperoned by a Mrs. Tregold, the most worldly of the somewhat strenuous set of women by which the Fergurson household was surrounded. Her letters held mention of white satin and tulle, and a pearl necklace, a birthday gift from her father. They also dwelt upon the perfect waltzes she had enjoyed with a certain Claude Coulson, who was intellectual, and talked as well as he danced. These and similar passages in the letters Rose devoured with greedy interest and envy, mingled with astonishment, scarcely recognizing in this strange talk about young men, frocks, and hinted compliments the Helen she knew. To assure herself that it was indeed her friend who wrote, she had to recall the midnight conversation in her bedroom at the Fergursons' on the occasion of the Human Progress meeting, and one or two of Helen's unexpected remarks during the last term at school. It was strange, and Rose puzzled over it. Helen's new world of frocks, flirtation, and fashion was a glamorous vision of an existence not only unattainable but unthinkable as a state in which she herself might live and move. Helen had passed beyond her into an enchanted land whose denizens were required to possess mysterious qualities to which she herself might never attain. She tried to fix her mind upon the serious passages in Helen's letters, the passages in which books and lectures were discussed, and accounts of drawing-room meetings bestowed in the vein to which she was accustomed from Helen, the vein through which she regained touch with her friend. Rose had recently been promoted to a small dress allowance, and she made inroads upon this for a subscription to a London library, and by the purchase now and again of a coveted book mentioned by Helen, or reviewed in the Morning Post, the only paper she ever saw. She tried to plan out a course of reading, writing, and study, designed to fill every hour of the day not occupied by French lessons, meals, and walks, and for a week or two at a time she achieved comparative content. Then would come a letter from Helen with fresh accounts of ballrooms shining with lights and flowers, of a ritual known as sitting out with thrilling young men, of hints as to engrossing dialogues during this solitude à deux, with news of plays, of the most recent movements in art, and the conduct of life in general and particular. And Rose would relapse into misery that was passionate and vehement, or hopeless and apathetic, according to the mood with which the arrival of the letter coincided. Helen had grown tired of repeating invitations which Mrs. Lester never allowed her granddaughter to accept. To Rose, Mrs. Lester assigned as an all-sufficient reason the cost of the journey and the expense of a London visit, never mentioning the fact that she had plans for her entrance into society which had no relation to the Fergursons, who, from the little she had troubled to gather about them, appeared to her people of a nondescript class and of negligible importance. "Say that I do not wish your French studies interrupted," was her unvarying formula for the letter of refusal in which Rose, raging and cruelly disappointed, was more than once forced to close against herself the gates of paradise. In such a crisis as this, Mademoiselle proved, if not a comfort, at all events a safety valve for the girl's bitter complaints. That Rose should desire parties, pretty frocks, and the society of young men was perfectly comprehensible to the little Frenchwoman. "But wait, chérie, be patient a little longer," she counselled. "When Lucy returns next autumn, your grandmother will surely send you both to London before long, to make your début into society." "Grandmamma never says so," returned Rose sulkily. Useless to explain to Mademoiselle that society was only part of what she longed for day and night. It was a full life she craved, the companionship of interesting people, the midstream, in exchange for a stagnating backwater of existence. "Madame, your grandmother is reticent, but reticent," exclaimed Mademoiselle, raising her hands and eyes to heaven. "She speaks not, but that does not mean that she has no plans for your future. How can that be? A parti must be found for both of you, and most naturally you will go to London, there to seek for husbands." "Disgusting!" cried Rose, with her nose in the air. "How so? Be reasonable, my little Rose. You would not enjoy to be an old maid like me." Mademoiselle laughed cheerfully. "Alas, I had no dot, so I am still Mademoiselle. But here in England it is different. Men marry girls because they are pretty, and they fall in love with them. It is an illusion generally, but you English love illusions, and it is convenient, mon Dieu convenient, for at least you marry." Rose looked at her scornfully. "French people are funny," she remarked enigmatically. so far as Mademoiselle's comprehension carried her. "But after all, you're like grandmamma," she added. "She thinks marriage to anyone is better than no marriage at all." "Mais oui, certainement," said Mademoiselle, as though stating a self-evident fact. Rose opened her lips to argue, and then closed them again with an impatient shrug of the shoulders. What was the use? "Well, I'm not pretty, so even that chance isn't for me," she declared ironically. "You're not pretty, ma petite, but you could make yourself chic," returned Mademoiselle, regarding her with a critical eye. "You are a type more French than English. Madame has said there is French blood in your family, and in you one perceives it. Come, I will make you a frock, my Rose, in which you shall look charming. But you must laugh, you must be gay, the eyes bright, the movements quick, not always frowning and despondent as you are now. It makes one melancholy only to regard you." There was undoubted truth in the assertion. Rose in those days was anything but a pleasant companion. Self-absorbed, discontented to the innermost fibre of her being, usually silent and morose, to outward view at least, she was an unattractive, sullen-looking girl. And the visitors who came to the manor house, people upon whom with her grandmother she was occasionally forced to call, disliked her intensely, mourned for Lucy, and more or less openly commiserated Mrs. Lester upon her change of companion. It was only in the company of Major Hawley that her manner completely changed. By no means intellectual, the old man possessed an amusing turn of speech to which Rose instantly responded, and in his society she became attractive, piquant, and, as Mrs. Lester secretly admitted, almost pretty. "Why, if I may venture to ask, can't you find as much to say elsewhere as you do at Greenways?" she inquired sarcastically once, when they were driving home after lunching with the Major. "At Lady Driver's the other day, and at the Topfields on Saturday, you sat dumb, looking as heavy as lead and as gauche as a sulky child of 10. If you can be pleasant at one place, why not another?" "Because it's no good trying to talk to those people," returned Rose vivaciously. "If I say anything for fun, they stare at me as though I were mad. And how can anyone talk even seriously to people like Lady Driver and Mrs. Topfield? They never talk at all. They say, 'I do hope it will be fine for the cricket match. I hear that the Red House is let. Do you happen to know who's taken Mr. Harbin's shooting?' And when you've said yes or no, that's all. They chatter about nothing at all, in jerks, and it doesn't matter whether you answer or whether you don't. But the Major always says something funny, and that makes me say something which he thinks funny, and so we keep it up, like battledore and shuttlecock. He doesn't talk either, but he knows how to play. No one else here can either talk or play, and I love playing." But for the animation induced by her recent visit, Rose would not have tried to explain herself. As it was, Mrs. Lester, with a sidelong glance at her flushed cheeks and bright eyes, understood very well what she meant, though her rejoinder was merely, "You are altogether too superior for ordinary society," a remark which succeeded in bringing the sullen look once more into the girl's face. Years of contemptuous acquiescence in the banalities of her surroundings had not completely obscured Mrs. Lester's own appreciation of wit, but it was characteristic of her to feel irritation rather than sympathy with the young creature who also recognized its existence and craved for the atmosphere in which it flourished. It was so troublesome of Rose to want what it was difficult to obtain. She had always been troublesome. Why couldn't she be the pretty, ordinary, brainless girl of whom Lucy was a pleasant example? Lucy would marry automatically, but, as she realized with apprehension, there would be nothing automatic where Rose was concerned. The months dragged on and brought only increasing unhappiness and increasing, though impotent, revolt against the sterile monotony of her days. Her birthday passed. She was now in her 18th year, a woman, and as she told herself with bitterness, a slave in the power of her grandmother, who, as guardian of the supplies, could order her life and keep her in the prison of home with never a congenial companion, with no hope, with no prospects. Over and over again she recalled a conversation with Helen during the last term of school. "You would never have been like Miss Mortlake," Helen had said. "You would have broken away somehow. People who want things very much always get them." The words had a confident ring, but they amounted to little, she thought. Heaven knew she wanted things desperately. Yet without money, how were they to be attained? She exhausted herself in devising plans which later reflection showed her to be futile. Without money, one was helpless, hopeless, lost. Latterly, too, a fresh misery had begun to be added to dullness and lack of mental stimulus. Rose could not think what possessed her, nor what was this new, unbearable restlessness which took the form of an aching longing for something. Something? She could not express it, but it meant all that mattered in the world, all that was absolutely unattainable. For her birthday, Helen had sent her Swinburne's Poems and Ballads, and this new, insupportable wretchedness dated from her first eager skimming of the poems. They were, as she discovered, remembering at the same time Helen's description, all about love, and their immediate effect was to kindle a flame in her hitherto quiescent imagination with regard to the passion. Here was a realm till now ignored by her, a world in which wild kisses and wilder embraces seemed the sole occupation of its denizens, a world of thrilling experiences, of unimaginable joys. Always sensitive to words, she lingered over the languorous, beautiful cadences of the poems, and in the daily constitutional walked to the music of Dolores or the hymn to Proserpina, while Mademoiselle chattered of hats and the coming Paris fashions. Hearing from Mademoiselle that French novels were improper and by no means convenable for the jeune fille, she put on the library list the names of all those she found mentioned or alluded to in the Morning Post, hiding them carefully amongst her clothes when they arrived, and reading them at night in bed. In this way, she came across some of the stories of Maupassant, as well as Madame Bovary and La Fille Elisa. She read with curiosity, imperfect understanding, and a sense of guilt, similar to that with which, as a little girl, she had listened to the recitals of Millie Cripps. She hated the books, even while they filled her with interested bewilderment. Rose was as yet untouched by any feeling for realism, and too immature to recognize power in a writer. The brutal treatment of love shocked and puzzled her. These novels dealt with the same theme as that she had found treated in the Poems and Ballads. Yet where was the glamour, the mystery which in Swinburne's poems of the passion of love so excited and disturbed her? Here, stripped of all romance, it was ugly, sordid, horrible. Where was the truth? What did it all mean? What was it like to love and be loved? Rose felt she would have given her soul to know this. Did Helen know, she wondered? She recalled the forms and features of several young men who had called at the Fergursons during her visit, and could not picture any of them inspiring the overwhelming feelings which permeated the poems of Swinburne, except perhaps, and sometimes for a moment she saw him as he must then have appeared to Helen, the man who spoke at the drawing-room meeting? Helen had talked of Greek gods in connection with him. She wished she had not been so childish then. She wished she had looked at him instead of merely listening to what he said. As it was, she had only a blurred vision of a dark figure with easy movements and eyes that seemed somehow alight. Day by day Rose grew more restless, more insupportably listless and wretched. She no longer tried to read anything but novels, and those in secret. She never now wrote anything at all. The school magazine containing her little essay had appeared the term after she left. It was sent to her, and though at the time she had experienced a delicious thrill of pride at seeing her work in print, its effects had long since passed away. She looked at it now with cold, indifferent eyes. She seemed to have no ambition left. After her French lessons and reading with Mademoiselle, she wandered aimlessly from the house to the garden, from the garden to the house. She sat for hours at her bedroom window staring at the sea, weaving impossible romances in which she was the heroine wildly adored and passionately embraced by some shadowy demigod. She had nothing to do, nothing that she was forced to do. Accepting with a shrug of the shoulders and an occasional sarcasm her granddaughter's hopeless incompetence in domestic matters, Mrs. Lester never either sought or demanded her help. She herself was always busy in the house. Mademoiselle was at hand, only too ready to give assistance. The staff of servants was sufficient for the small family, and Rose's interference would, in her grandmother's own phrase, have been more bother than it was worth. Mrs. Lester was, moreover, insensibly growing tired, more lax, less disposed to do her duty, by a girl who constantly and constitutionally annoyed her. Increasingly Rose was left alone, practically ignored by her grandmother. It was Mademoiselle who pointed out that the girl was looking ill, with dark circles round her eyes, and an increasing pallor. "Of course she looks ill," was Mrs. Lester's rejoinder. "A girl with no feminine instincts, no love for the proper avocations of woman to keep her cheerful and occupied, is certain to look ill. But I wash my hands of Rose. I have no patience with her." "But she is fond of dress," declared Mademoiselle, clinging to the thread which to her bound Rose to ordinary womanhood. "That is so remarkable, and she has taste for it, too. She knows what suits her." "Yet she can't put a stitch towards it herself," returned Mrs. Lester scornfully. "A more useless, unattractive, hopeless girl I never met." "The poor little Rose," sighed Mademoiselle. "It is a little more gaiety she needs, perhaps," she ventured tentatively. A kind-hearted little creature, despite her shallowness. She was sorry for Rose. "She can't have it yet. I intend to wait till Lucy is old enough to come out before I make a move for Rose." She paused abruptly, as though annoyed with herself for having allowed even so much to escape her, Mademoiselle's inquisitive glance not lost upon her. The two women were in the pantry washing a delicate old dessert service, which Mrs. Lester never entrusted to a servant, and for a moment she went on rinsing plates and passing them to her companion to be dried. "Besides, gaiety for Rose," she added contemptuously. "Does she look as though she would enjoy it? She never takes advantage of any social pleasures here. Only yesterday she refused to go to the Topfields, where there are 2 girls of her own age. She says these young ladies bore her. She has nothing to say to them." "Stuff and nonsense! Why can't she chatter the usual rubbish that contents young people? The Totfields are nice, wholesome, lively girls, with no brains to make them ridiculous, fortunately for themselves and their mothers." "Hélas, it is just that which infuriates my lady. She who is femme savante, with all her learned books." "I made the greatest mistake of my life in sending her to a newfangled school," Mrs. Lester admitted after a silence. "If I had my way, girls should be taught to read and write, and handed over to an appropriate husband at 17. And I'm not even sure about the reading and writing," she added with a grim smile. "They'd do all that's required of them just as well, possibly better, without it." The same night, when Rose went up to bed at 10 o'clock, she first lighted, then blew out the candles on her dressing-table, and knelt at the open window with her elbows on the sill. The evening had passed as for a year had dragged all the other evenings of her monotonous days. She had strolled out into the garden after dinner, only to be recalled some 20 minutes later by her grandmother, who inquired what on earth she was doing out there in the dark. She bade her come into the drawing-room at once and occupy herself like a reasonable being. Mrs. Lester and Mademoiselle were playing Bezique, as every evening they played it together at a little table illumined by shaded candles, and from the shelter of the book she was not reading, Rose allowed her eyes to wander about the room, which, with all its shabbiness concealed by the subdued, mellow light, looked charmingly mellow, restful, and dignified. The French windows were open to the garden, where the outlines of motionless trees hung massed against the sky. Not a sound broke the stillness of the late yet warm summer night. Within the pool of light thrown by the candles sat the two women, absorbed in their game. Mrs. Lester's severe, beautiful profile, clear-cut against the surrounding gloom, and the smooth, dark head of Mademoiselle down-bent over the cards. From time to time little chirps of wonder or triumph broke from her, or Mrs. Lester would let fall a murmured word. Then silence again, while a flood of almost unbearable restlessness and revolt gathered in Rose's heart. How could they, she wondered, sit there night after night, content to play an idiotic game of cards, content with this silence, this stagnation, this illimitable, crushing boredom of existence, while somewhere outside the life that was pulsing in her own young blood was surely to be met with response, was surely satisfied and used. She saw long, dreary years stretching out into the future, years like this past year, in which she frenziedly beat her wings in vain against the bars of a hateful existence, with nothing to do, nothing to hope for, no one to speak to, till she also accepted her fate, benumbed, apathetic, drained of vitality. Suddenly a panic seized her, and, without waiting to say good-night, she slipped unobserved from her corner of the sofa and ran upstairs to her bedroom. She knelt long at the window, striving to beat down the rising hysteria which frightened her. She wanted to scream, to send out wild shrieks into the dark, sweet-scented night. She felt they would have been screams for help either to fulfill or to be saved from the passion that was sapping her life. From a girl intellectually restless indeed, but practically untroubled by sex, Rose had passed rapidly into an acute stage of the malady, and unknown to herself was in grave peril of that mental disorder threatening girls with insufficient interests and occupations, aggravated by imperfect comprehension of what is the force against which they either struggle or, in propitious circumstances, yield. What is the matter with me? What do I want? I don't know, but I must find out. I must have it. Vaguely, incoherently, questions and exclamations started up for a moment in her mind, which all the while was busy weaving a romance in which someone met her and loved her and told her that to him she was beautiful. Even while she spun this fairy tale, she was conscious of its futility, its ludicrous remoteness from her life. Because I'm myself, and not beautiful. I'm ugly, in spite of what Mademoiselle says about dress and all that. All at once she sprang up, lighted all the candles in her room, and began to tear off the high-necked gown she was wearing. Mademoiselle had made her one that was cut a little low, and she snatched it from the peg in her wardrobe, and with hands that trembled with eagerness put it on, leaving the top hooks undone that she might push it down lower over her shoulders. Lucy had sent her for her birthday a hair ornament of cut steel in the shape of a star, and this she fastened into her hair, so recently put up that it was still unmanageable and inclined to escape from the hairpins and tumble untidily about her neck. Holding a candle in each hand above her head, she stood before the long glass in her wardrobe and surveyed herself with breathless anxiety, scarcely knowing whether to be pleased or despairing at the reflection the glass returned to her. Certainly she looked very different from her normal self, the self over which she habitually despaired. The dress of a soft yet vivid red suited her, and her neck, though thin, rose startlingly white from the crimson sheath of the gown. But her face was white, too, almost as white as her throat. And remembering the clear, vivid pink in Lucy's cheeks, Rose could have cried in bitterness of spirit. Still, her eyes looked big and starry in the whiteness, and the sparkling ornament in her hair was becoming to its soft, dark masses, even though it neither curled nor waved, but was merely silky and limp and very thick. For a while she stared at herself irresolutely. Then, with another breathtaking impulse, she unfastened not only the dress, but all her other clothes, throwing these hastily from her onto the bed. In a moment she stood, a slim white figure, erect in the midst of the crimson circle made by the dress which had fallen round her feet. Then, indeed, she was beautiful, and she knew it. Her body, at least, was beautiful, even in its immaturity, straight and slender as a tall lily, and almost as white and fine in texture. She smiled triumphantly. If someone could see her now, someone who had perhaps thought her plain, surely then she might be loved. Lovers, she supposed, must see the women they loved like this? Of course. There was Swinburne's poetry, and... The door creaked, and though she had locked it, Rose started in a guilty panic of shame and rushed to the chair on which her nightgown lay folded. Slipping it on in frantic haste, she threw herself on her bed and buried her hot face in the pillow. It was awful. It was wicked and horrible to feel like this. She was sure she must be different from all other girls. They all had pure minds. They never had evil thoughts. They knew nothing of this terrible, gnawing restlessness which tormented her, because they were good and modest and innocent. She thought with envy of Ethel and Maisie Topfield, with their placid faces, which in her arrogance she had often compared to fair sheep. She wished now that she had a face and a mind like theirs. They were so much alike that she could only think of them as possessing one face and one mind between them. She recalled some of her schoolfellows, cheerful, jolly girls of whom it was impossible to suspect such evil as lurked in her own mind. There was Millie Cripps, certainly, but she was different, disgusting, like a pig. In spite of her self-abasement, Rose refused to link herself morally with Millie Cripps. She thought of Helen, whose very name conjured up all there was of refinement and delicacy. Helen, with her face clear-cut as a cameo, her graceful movements, her whole fastidious personality. And yet, in some perverse fashion, it was Helen who seemed nearer to her in her shame and self-abhorrence than any of the simple, innocent girls of whom she had previously been thinking. It was Helen who had sent her the poems and ballads. It was Helen who had admired the Greek statues of youths to which she had compared the figure of that young man, what was his name? Who had spoken about the dockers' strike. Yes, but if Helen cared at all for those things, she cared more for art and books and learning, for intellectual pursuits, in short. And she, Rose, had lost all interest in them. It was awful, but she could read nothing now but poetry and horrid novels. She could not study, she could not write. Everything was flat, stale, and unprofitable, and there was no escape, nothing to be done. Life would drag on so forever and ever till her hair turned gray, and always there would be this sickening, gnawing restlessness, this unbearable, unsatisfied longing. For what? For something wonderful, something transcending human experience, both of body and soul. Even while she beat frantically against the present conditions of her life, she knew intuitively that were circumstances ever so favorable, she would never attain it, never enter into that country of heart's desire, the faint vision of which mocked and eluded her, would forever mock and elude her. Meanwhile, actual present life was an insupportable, hopeless misery. Filled with impotent rage against it, Against all her circumstances, against herself, Rose bit and shook her pillow like some fierce animal, trapped and ready to tear to pieces its prison. Then, exhausted and realizing with shame her childishness, she broke into a passion of crying which still further drained her strength. Creeping out of bed presently, weak and unsteady, she put out the candles, and as soon as her head again touched the pillow, fell mercifully asleep. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. With the God of Stars and Flowers. From a dangerous state of mind and body, Rose was saved for the time by a shock which first shattered, then roused her. "Mrs. Winter has come home," Mrs. Lester said one morning at breakfast time a few days later. She looked up gravely from the letter she was reading and glanced across at Rose, whose face was alight with interest and pleasure. "She wants to see you," she added. "You'd better drive over this afternoon." "Oh, how splendid!" Rose exclaimed with a ring of her old childish excitement in her voice. "Does she write herself? Is she going to stay at home now?" "Her husband writes. Yes, she's come back to stay. Geoffrey is there too. I'm afraid she's very ill." Rose scarcely noticed the last words. "Why, I haven't seen Mrs. Winter since I first went to school," she exclaimed. "Nor Geoffrey. I wonder what they will be like. I wonder if they'll know me. What time shall I go?" "If you get there about 5, it will do. You won't stay long, so you'd better keep the carriage. Mrs. Winter is an invalid, remember." Rose pictured a graceful figure lying on a sofa. As a child, she remembered her lying very often on a couch in a pretty loose gown, and it was so she thought of her now. All day her mind was joyfully full of her childhood's friend, and the heavy cloud of depression lifted. Now that Mrs. Winter was at home, everything would be different. There would be someone to talk to, someone to understand, and in fancy she saw herself almost every day at Brook Hall, for now that she was grown up, her grandmother could scarcely put obstacles in the way for her visits, as in earlier years had been the case. All the morning Rose wandered about the garden, thinking of the old days and the old joys. There was Geoffrey, too. It would be amusing to see him again, though she thought only casually of Geoffrey and still more casually of Mr. Winter. It was Geoffrey's mother she was going to see, and she found her heart beating delightfully with excitement. Quite early in the afternoon she went upstairs to dress and took nearly an hour in the process. She wanted so much to look nice. She hoped against hope that Mrs. Winter wouldn't think her frightfully plain, and in her anxiety she put on and took off again every dress in her not too well-stocked wardrobe. Finally she decided on a simple white frock made by Mademoiselle, and therefore well cut, and the least ordinary of her country-made hats. The hat troubled her a good deal. It was not chic, and she agreed with Mademoiselle that she ought always to wear Paris hats. Still, when she had tucked a bunch of roses into her waist-belt, she surveyed her reflection in the glass without too much displeasure, and resigned herself to wait impatiently for the coming of the carriage. On the drive, when she neared Brook Hall, her excitement grew at the sight of familiar landmarks, and when the carriage turned in at the gates, she looked eagerly towards the porch, half expecting to see Mrs. Winter waving from the top step. It was, however, Geoffrey who opened the hall door, or rather a big, broad-shouldered young man, so like yet so different from the freckled-faced boy she remembered, that she laughed as she sprang from the low step of the carriage and rather shyly put out her hand. Geoffrey took it and gave her a quick glance which traveled from her head to her foot, but he did not smile, and Rose suddenly caught her breath at the sight of his grave face. Geoffrey looked old, quite old, like a grown-up man, and she incoherently wondered why. "Come in. She's very ill, but I think she can see you for a few minutes," he said in a low voice. He looked at her again. "You've grown, of course, Rose, but you haven't altered much," he added in a lighter tone. Rose was following him upstairs and was too bewildered as he made the remark to answer him. A moment later he was knocking softly at the bedroom door. A nurse in white cap and apron opened it, nodding without speaking, and stood aside for Rose to enter. Hesitating, as though in a dream, she stepped into the semi-darkness of a room shaded from the afternoon sun by matting blinds. A faint smell of drugs pervaded the air, and though she knew it only by name, Rose thought of chloroform, and while her eyes wandered to the bed, she wondered why Mrs. Winter used such stuff. In the bed lay someone she did not know, and with an uncertain, bewildered movement, she was turning to run away when she saw an attempt at a smile contort the ghastly face on the pillow. Awful, incredible as it might be, it was Mrs. Winter. She even beckoned feebly, and horror-struck and aghast though she was, Rose found her unwilling feet drawing her slowly but inexorably towards the bed. The sunken eyes gazed into hers, and a thin hand was moved slowly across the sheet towards her. Rose took it, hesitated, and then bent and kissed it, raising herself up quickly after her lips had touched the bony knuckles. Not for the whole world could she bring herself to kiss that terrible yellow mask, which she had a grotesque notion must have been put on to hide the real face of Mrs. Winter. She tried to speak, but her tongue clove to the roof of her mouth, and it was a dying woman who spoke. "Little Rose," she whispered, "grown up. But it's the same dear little face. I'm glad. I didn't want it to change. Don't cry, dear. You didn't know, perhaps, that I was so ill." The words came with terrible, painful gasps between them, and Rose could only shake her head, while her tears fell thick on the hand she held. "They should have told you, dear little Rose." There was a pause, and then suddenly, sharply, a stifled cry which made the girl's blood run cold. The nurse came hurrying in and gently pushed her from the bedside. "She's going to have an attack. Go now. She won't be able to see you again," she whispered hurriedly, and Rose fled. Outside the open door, in spite of her longing to escape, she paused irresolutely, for a weak whimpering filled the silence, and then low moaning and half-uttered exclamations, disjointed words of which she caught the incessant cry, "Oh God, oh God, take me, take—" Rose covered her ears with both hands and rushed down the thickly carpeted stairs, on which her footsteps made no noise. She was close to Geoffrey, who was waiting in the hall, before he saw her, and she put out her hands blindly before her, as though groping for a way to escape. Geoffrey took them, startled by her terror-stricken face. "Rose, you didn't know she was so ill. Your grandmother ought to have told you. It's been a shock. Perhaps you oughtn't to have seen her, but she wanted it so much, and she seemed better yesterday." Without heeding his hurried words, she stumbled across the hall to the open door, still holding his hands, and Geoffrey helped her into the carriage. At 9 o'clock the same evening, he walked over to the manor house to bring the news that all was over. His mother was dead. Rose was in her bedroom, but her grandmother sent Mademoiselle upstairs with the message, and the girl, who had been pacing up and down the room, dry-eyed and frantic, burst into such tears of relief and thankfulness as she had never known. Hours later, when the rest of the household was in bed, she sat on the window seat in her bedroom and felt the soft air fanning her swollen eyelids. Though autumn was approaching, the night was warm, and so still that she could hear the murmur and pulsing of the sea far below, on the rocks at the foot of the cliff. That sea, she remembered, had drowned her mother and her father, hurrying them out of life while they were young and keen and eager to live. Everywhere there lurked a terrible, impassive, relentless cruelty. The fringe of her thought touched this afternoon's experience and recoiled in horror. She dare not let her mind dwell on it, and in her frenzied seeking for other ideas, there slid into her mind a remembrance of something she had once read. something about all humanity being under sentence of death. To recall it intensified her horror of life's realities. She glanced about the room with wide, frightened eyes. On the bed, just as she had flung them off, lay her hat, the white dress, the bunch of roses which with so much pleasure she had put on to impress whom? What? That terrible, shrunken, yellow caricature of the gracious woman she once knew? Dying even then, and so horribly, and she, Rose, might die like that, in awful pain, in unspeakable terror. It might come at any moment, this blow from a pitiless, unseen enemy. And then the grave, and darkness, and corruption, and unnamed, unthinkable horrors. A panic familiar to her in her childhood, and unknown till this moment since then, swept through her being, and again she felt her forehead damp, her hands and feet icy cold, and her heart thumping in her breast. She covered her mouth with both hands to force back a scream, and scrambling from the window seat, began to run from side to side of the room like one possessed. She had felt like this, she remembered, one day in the garden at Brook Hall, how many years ago. The garden, with the sunshine on the grass and the flickering shadows in the little arbor, rose vividly to her mind, and then at the same instant, in fancy, she saw Mrs. Winter coming towards her across the grass, a tall, fair, infinitely soothing presence. She sat beside her and took her hands, and just as a child she had been calm, so now her morbid, frenzied imagination ceased to work. She stopped her insane pacing of the room and dropped limply into the corner of the window seat. Somehow in a flash she had recovered her friend in her old beautiful likeness, serene, comforting, and assured. She could almost hear her voice reading the hymn of St. Francis to the sun. Praised be thou, O Lord, by our sister, the death of the body. The words and the voice were mingled with the murmur and pulsing of the sea, and Rose's eyes filled with healing, grateful tears. Oh yes, praise him for that merciful death of the body. All the horror was over now at least, and she would never, she told herself, think of Mrs. Winter as anything but young and gracious and lovely. That was the real woman, and she must forever keep her so in remembrance. With her consoling memories, all the fundamental sanity of Rose's mind welled up in a tide to wash away unhealthy thoughts and morbid images. All was well with her friend. If she was sleeping, she slept in peace. If she woke, and again Rose heard the simple words she had used to as a child, it would be to live with God, who made the sun and the stars and the flowers. And that would be more beautiful even than to go on living in this lovely world. It was that blessed existence she hoped for her friend, but at least she was asleep. That was comfort enough. As she sat looking into the darkness of the trees, Rose was conscious of great physical exhaustion, but of a clearness of mind such as she had never experienced. Her brain seemed to work without her volition, and suddenly, in the midst of the happier thoughts about her friend, there rose unbidden, in some inexplicable, ready-made fashion, a plan for her own escape from the life she was leading. She could qualify herself as a teacher in some big school. She could work secretly for all the necessary examinations, and when the time came, if no other way presented itself, she could borrow the money from Helen, and without asking leave, go up to London to pass them. Once qualified, she would find a post, and if she could support herself without her grandmother's help, and if she resolutely refused to return home, her freedom was assured. Rose started up and clasped her hands in ecstasy as the plan presented itself with sudden, swift clearness and precision. Why, in spite of all her previous desperate reflection, had the idea never occurred to her before? It was strange that it had come just now, when she imagined that her brain was so distracted, so far from being occupied by her own concerns. Rose had as yet heard nothing of the subconscious mind and its mysterious workings, and the newly risen plan, in reality the result of long, seemingly useless groping, seemed to her little short of a miracle, which in some obscure way she connected with Mrs. Winter. She might have suggested it. One of the many things about which she had meant to consult the delicate but keenly living woman she had pictured was this very question of escape. It seemed as though her friend had answered it. At any rate, the fancy still further lightened Rose's heart, and for the first time in many weeks she slept all night peacefully as a baby, untroubled by the dreams which lately almost every night had tormented her rest. End of chapter 20, read by Brize, Youngstown. Chapter 21 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. The Way of Escape. Mrs. Lester looked up rather anxiously when Rose came in to breakfast next morning. She had been startled and alarmed by the girl's appearance when she returned from Brook Hall, and she blamed herself for allowing her to pay the visit without at least telling her that Mrs. Winter was dying. Mrs. Lester had an unconquerable aversion to illness or the talk of it, and she had never even mentioned to Rose the nature of Mrs. Winter's malady. At the first sight of her granddaughter's face, she admitted to herself that she had been wrong. The girl had evidently received a shock, and it was her constant dazed repetition of, "If only she would die, if only she would die," that caused her to deal gently with her, and to send Mademoiselle hurrying upstairs when Geoffrey came, to announce that her prayer was answered. With relief she noticed that, though pale and silent, the girl was calm, and after a few words had passed between them about the plans of father and son, the Winters' bereavement was not again mentioned. "They're going away for a month or two after the funeral," her grandmother told her. "Very wisely, I think, and then they will return and settle down altogether at the Hall. Geoffrey has been studying farming and land cultivation abroad at intervals for the past 2 years, I understand, and intends to work the estate himself. He's a fine boy. I'm afraid he will feel his poor mother's death acutely. He was a devoted son." Rose listened in silence. She could not speak to her grandmother of Mrs. Winter, with whom she felt Mrs. Lester had never been in sympathy. In a few days, thanks to Helen's quick response to her letter, she had received all the information she wanted about the higher local examination for women, as well as the books necessary for study. She began to work, and work was her salvation. With a plan before her, with a sense of striving towards a definite end, hope revived. Absorbed by fresh interests, her mind no longer tortured her, and the terrible restlessness, the morbid obsession which had made existence a burden, gradually passed away. Once more, as at intervals in her schoolgirl days, she was possessed to the exclusion of all other thoughts by the passion for work. Finding that the prescribed course for the examinations could be spread over 3 years, she made up her mind to take it in one, undaunted by the hours of study which such a determination involved. To procure the key which should unlock the gates of her prison house and lead her out to freedom was her one desire. Eagerly as she had been looking forward to Lucy's return, it was almost a relief when her grandmother decided to yield to the girl's wish to stay on at Tours till Christmas. Lucy would be a hindrance now, and without her she might count upon 3 months of that undisturbed quiet which hitherto she had abhorred. The days no longer dragged by, purposeless and maddening in their monotony. Every hour was filled, and it was with difficulty that Mademoiselle could drag her away from her books even for the daily walk. "But what is it she does now?" she inquired of Mrs. Lester, having failed to gain any satisfactory explanation from Rose herself, and Mrs. Lester merely shrugged her shoulders. "Another bee in her bonnet," she remarked, leaving Mademoiselle, who did not understand the idiom, more mystified than ever. About the beginning of November, the Winters returned, and Rose, who 2 months previously would have welcomed any break in the stagnation of her life, heard the news with something like impatience. Geoffrey, she supposed, would come bothering, occasionally at least, and she felt she could not suffer the slightest interruption to her work, which, as she had planned it, loomed in gigantic proportions before her. If only it had been Mrs. Winter who was coming home. The examination then might have taken care of itself, and she would have thought only of the joy of recovering her friend. Rose had gone back to her childhood memories of Mrs. Winter. The horrible impression of her last sight of her, owing doubtless to the fortunate accident of her death coinciding with the new plan for freedom, was happily almost effaced from her mind. It was the smiling, gracious presence of years ago which now presented itself whenever she recalled her. The mention of Geoffrey's name, however, inevitably reminded her of the surprise she had felt in seeing a man in place of the gawky boy who had stood to her for Geoffrey, and on the day her grandmother announced that she had asked the Winters to lunch, Rose left her writing table 10 minutes earlier to put on a more becoming dress than the morning one she was wearing. The sound of voices in the drawing-room warned her as she crossed the hall that the visitors had arrived, and suddenly shy, it cost her an effort to open the door. Mrs. Lester sat erect and stately in the high-backed chair she preferred, talking to the two men, who rose as the girl entered. The movement increased her embarrassment. Neither of them would have stirred in the old days, when as a little girl she ran in or out of a room, and the change in their manner, slight circumstance though it was, caused her to realize, with a curious pang of regret for the past, that she was quite grown up. She glanced at the elder Mr. Winter as she shook hands, and noticed that his hair was nearly white. He looked almost an old man, she thought, with painful surprise. It was so strange to find that people grew old. Geoffrey came forward, smiling, but a trifle embarrassed also, and again Rose had to readjust her ideas and her memories. At least he had lost the strained, grave look which had so startled her at their last meeting, and it was easier now to recognize in him the old boyish Geoffrey. "Bless me, how these little girls grow up!" exclaimed his father. "I shouldn't have known her." "She's not grown very tall," remarked Mrs. Lester, with that faint undercurrent of disapproval in her voice to which Rose was accustomed. "Lucy is a head taller." "She's quite tall enough," put in Geoffrey, "and I don't think she's altered a bit." Rose was not overpleased. She would like to have altered very much. She thought Geoffrey tactless, and the reflection, joined to shyness from which she could not recover, made her very silent during lunch. Mrs. Lester, with a touch of formality never absent from her manner, kept the conversation going, and whenever she could put in a word, Mademoiselle chattered to Geoffrey, who listened politely, offered a remark or two at intervals, and constantly glanced across the table at Rose's down-bent head. Once when she raised it, he suddenly smiled at her, and his smile was so like his mother's that her eyes filled with tears. She wished the Winters hadn't come. Geoffrey's presence recalled the terrible experience she hoped to have forgotten. "Come into the garden," he said to her, under cover of the general move after the meal. "Rose is going to take me round the garden, if you don't mind, Mrs. Lester," he said, turning to her. "By all means," she returned graciously. "It's a little too chilly for me. You and I will go to the drawing-room, Mr. Winter." She led the way, and Geoffrey and Rose, meanwhile, escaped by one of the long windows in the dining-room. For a moment they walked across the grass in silence. It was a fair autumn day, with a sky of pale blue and a mild sun bringing out the gold in the tree-tops not yet stripped of leaves. At the end of the avenue in front of them stretched the sea, calm and milky blue, a reflection of the sky. "It's nice to be back here," said Geoffrey at last, looking about him. "Do you remember old Ginger Cat, Rose? She had a poor time chasing us about, didn't she? But you and I managed to enjoy ourselves." He grinned broadly, as in old days. "It was nicer at your place," returned Rose. "I used to love going to Brook Hall and being with—" She paused. "Mother is so fond of you," said Geoffrey, after a moment, and Rose's heart leaped in gratitude that he should speak of her. Though she had dreaded the mention of her name at lunchtime, she had felt resentful that it was not spoken. It seemed as though the dead woman were neglected, forgotten. He paused after the words, and presently, in a lower, hurried voice, went on. I wish you hadn't seen her, Rose. That day, you know. It was a mistake. But poor darling, she didn't know how she had altered, and when she came home, her first thought was for you, so we didn't like... Rose put out her hand swiftly, as if to ward off further words. Don't, she exclaimed incoherently. If she wanted to see me, I'm glad I went. But I never think of her so. I won't think of her like that, she added defiantly. No, don't, assented Geoffrey, still softly. He drew a long breath. If only you knew how thankful I am she's gone. I mean... I know what you mean, interrupted Rose quickly. Don't say it. She spoke in the old peremptory, childish way, and Geoffrey smiled. You haven't altered a bit, he declared again. She frowned. I wish you wouldn't keep on saying that, she exclaimed crossly. It isn't good news. I was a hideous little girl. Hideous? No. I remember I thought you very ugly, but... Then it's awfully rude of you to keep on about it now, she interrupted, flushing, with tears in her eyes. With the slow movement Rose remembered as characteristic of him as a boy, he turned his head and looked at her in surprise. I was thinking what a young fool I was, he said simply. Rose gave him a swift, questioning glance. She longed for him to say more, but he kept silence, and she was forced to be content with the oblique flattery implied in the remark. They had reached the gate opening upon the downward path to the sea, and Geoffrey leaned his arms upon the topmost rail and gazed straight ahead. What are you going to do? Asked Rose abruptly. Her transitory shyness had passed away, and Geoffrey was to her once more the old Geoffrey of easy, rather indifferent, comradeship. Do? He turned slowly, put his back against the gate, and looked at her. Yes, I mean, are you going to stay in this dull hole forever? Why, yes, of course. I've come home on purpose to work the place. I've been studying land culture and all that sort of thing, you know. And you'll like it? Asked Rose jerkily, after a pause. Yes, why not? I hate being away. Don't you like it here? Like it? She gave a little laugh and was silent. Geoffrey was exasperating in his bland lack of comprehension. You don't? I hate and loathe it, she returned, in an odd, choked voice. I'm working every minute to get away. I ought to be working now. But why? Demanded Geoffrey, in a genuinely puzzled voice. Rose stamped her foot. You haven't any imagination, have you? It's all very well for you to be happy here. Brook Hall is yours. You can do what you please. You're a man. That's the whole difference. Geoffrey smiled slowly. You used to say something like that when you were a little kid. You're a boy. It's all very fine for you. Well, things haven't altered, said Rose acrimoniously. I'm still a girl. Worse luck, you used to say, she went on in a gentler voice, after I'd explained to you a great deal that it must be pretty horrid to be a girl. It's still pretty horrid. No, that's silly. It's damnable. She spoke so vehemently that her face went a shade whiter, and Geoffrey's puzzled look changed to one of pity. I suppose you do have a rotten time, he conceded. Why doesn't Grandma let you go up to town for a week or two and get some fun? It's a shame. You don't understand, Rose returned impatiently. What's the good of going up to London for a fortnight and then coming back to this again? It's a different life I want. A whole life, not a little holiday to keep me quiet. You're going to have a life, a career, something to do all the rest of your days. It isn't what I should choose, but you've chosen it, so it's all right. But I've nothing of that sort to look forward to. No career, no life, no money. I'm a prisoner in Grandmama's house. Just that and nothing else. And there's no one to speak to in my prison. No one. Not a soul. Oh, it's been too awful for words. But of course I can't expect you to understand. You're not a girl. She put her hand on the gate to steady its trembling, and Geoffrey's hand involuntarily crept towards it. He withdrew it shyly, however, before she noticed the movement, and for a moment neither of them spoke. But you said something about working, began Geoffrey at last. What for? What did you mean? You'll swear not to tell anyone if I tell you? Asked Rose doubtfully. Of course not. She unfolded her plan, and the young man whistled softly. Grandmama will be furious, and you'll hate teaching, Rose. It will be better than this, anyhow. When does the blessed exam come off? Oh, not for nearly a year, and then, I expect, I shall fail, she replied despondently. I can't do arithmetic, you know. I'm a perfect fool at it, and if you fail in that, you don't get your certificate. Look here, I'm pretty good at figures, said Geoffrey, brightening. I'll help you if you like. I mean, would you let me? He added diffidently. Oh, Jeff, would you? How splendid. Only I should be ashamed for you to know what a duffer I am, and besides, you'll be busy. I could come over every day for an hour, easily, he assured her. Only what about Grandma? Won't the old lady guess there's something up when she sees us both swatting? No, I'll tell her you're teaching me something, and she'll think it's Latin or Greek. She's put me down in her own mind once for all as a blue stocking, so she'll just shrug her shoulders and think no more about it. She despises me, of course, but thank goodness she lets me alone. The last words were bitter, and glancing at the girl's face again, Geoffrey faintly realized that to live at the manor house in the atmosphere which surrounded Rose might possibly be too awful for words. Tomorrow at 11? Will that do? He asked. I'll ride over. Beautifully, and I'll try to get my multiplication tables quite perfect by then. She laughed for the first time as she had laughed as a child. There's Mr. Winter. He's looking for you. We shall have to go in. It is good of you, Jeff. End of chapter 21, read by Brize, Youngstown.
Chapter 22 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. Cupid and the Lesson Book. At 11 o'clock next morning, Geoffrey encountered Mrs. Lester as he passed through the hall on his way to the old schoolroom. "Rose told you I was coming?" he asked, blushing furiously, to his own great annoyance. "Oh, yes. You're going to act the pedagogue, I understand," returned the old lady, tempering the note of sarcasm in her voice by a smile which she reserved exclusively for the superior sex. "I hope you'll find Rose a tractable pupil. She's in the schoolroom, I believe." She passed on and upstairs, holding her full skirts in both hands, and as she went, cast an admiring glance at the back and shoulders of the finely built young man. He looked well in riding breeches, she thought, and she smiled again complacently as she watched him turn the handle of the schoolroom door. If what since yesterday she had hoped came about, it would be almost too good to be true. That Rose, the difficult Rose of whom she despaired, should be as easily disposed of, seemed a stroke of good luck which was almost providential. Yet if her shrewd old eyes had not deceived her, there was no mistaking the import of those glances which yesterday the boy had cast in Rose's direction. And she recalled with satisfaction, if with the same wonder as of old, that Geoffrey had always been fond of the child. Evidently he was one of the faithful sort. It was clever of him to have found so readily an excuse for meeting the girl every day. In her granddaughter's interests, she was content to waive the claims of strict propriety, for the breach of which, indeed, Rose's childish intimacy with the boy gave some sanction, and she breathed the fervent prayer that he would bring his courting to a satisfactory conclusion before the return of Lucy, whose superior attractions might wreck the whole scheme now so neatly developing. Meanwhile, all unconscious of projects for her future, Rose was thoroughly enjoying her first lesson in arithmetic. And as frequent bursts of laughter from the schoolroom indicated, she was not taking it too seriously. Nevertheless, as the girl soon discovered, Geoffrey was a good teacher, patient, clear, and comically anxious to betray no surprise at his pupil's phenomenal stupidity with regard to figures. Secretly, he rejoiced at the circumstance. Rumors of Rose's cleverness had reached him, and he had been afraid of discovering in her a learned and superior young woman. It was an immense relief to find that the simplest arithmetical problems floored her completely, and her constant laughing appeals for help considerably flattered his vanity. "There now, I'm sure you've done enough for today," he urged at the end of an hour. "Let's go into the garden for a bit." "Good gracious, no," returned Rose with decision. "I'm going to read French history now for ages, and then German till lunchtime. Thanks awfully, Geoffrey, but please go." The boy looked disconcerted. "Oh, I say, you needn't swat like that, you know. Come out and look at Bob a minute. He's my new hunter. Really stunning. I say, Rose, wouldn't you like to learn to ride?" he went on, fired with a brilliant idea. "There's the mare. She's as gentle as a lamb, and I could bring her over." Rose had clasped her hands in ecstasy, with a gesture so familiar to him that he almost expected to see her long dress shrink into a pinafore and her hair come tumbling about her shoulders. It had been one of the dreams of her life to ride. "Oh, Jeff!" she exclaimed under her breath. "Would you really?" Delight had brought the color to her cheeks, but with one of her incredibly swift changes of expression, she shook her head. "I mustn't. I can't spare the time. I must work." "But you can't work all day," urged Geoffrey. "Look here, only for an hour every morning. You could take it instead of going out for a walk. It's much better exercise. Oh, do, Rose. It will be such sport." "Yes, I might do it that way," she conceded, her face brilliant again. "But remember, only an hour. I daren't take longer. If I fail in this exam, I shall go mad." "You won't fail," declared Geoffrey, with an assurance he was far from feeling. "And I'll bring the mare round tomorrow." "Yes, but now you must go," she commanded. The riding lessons began, Mademoiselle and even Mrs. Lester evincing considerable alacrity in arranging a suitable skirt and jacket for the purpose. A few days later, Mrs. Lester disinterred an old riding habit of her own, which she had worn as a girl, and under Mademoiselle's skillful manipulations it was made to fit quite creditably. Once more, and to an even greater extent, Geoffrey experienced the joy of a teacher and the flattery of feminine dependence, for Rose was physically timid, and it was weeks before the riding lessons, so eagerly desired, became anything but a terror to her. Only pride and Geoffrey's encouragement and patience made her persevere in what, even when she had mastered the first difficulties, remained always for her a somewhat fearful joy. Time passed, and Mrs. Lester grew impatient. Lucy would be home in a fortnight, and she saw no change in Rose's demeanor, though to Mademoiselle's voluble comments on the girl's improved appearance she yielded a grudging assent. Exercise, companionship, work, and hope for the future had done wonders for Rose. Her always colorless skin was clear and healthy. Her eyes now were often bright with laughter, and she carried her slight, very graceful little body well enough to win the approbation of her grandmother, who was usually scathing in her denunciation of this age of slouch. Geoffrey, nevertheless, evidently had not spoken, and Mademoiselle, to whom the atmosphere of an impending declaration was deliriously exciting, lived between the hope and fear which, to some extent, she was permitted to share with her employer. "It is that Rose gives him no encouragement," she wailed. "She is to him as a sister. Mon Dieu! How can a young girl be so little coquette?" "English girls, I'm thankful to say, are too pure-minded to be forward," returned Mrs. Lester, drawing herself up. "It is for the man to make the advances." Mademoiselle swallowed the snub as best she might, and Mrs. Lester rather disingenuously reflected that there were ways of managing these things not incompatible with virgin modesty, as Rose, in spite of her youth, might have discovered. Meanwhile, it was tiresome of Geoffrey not to come to her assistance. Geoffrey, if she had known it, was only too ready to put an end to his own as well as to Mrs. Lester's suspense. But, as Mademoiselle suggested, he was waiting, and waiting in vain, for some sign from Rose to give him courage. He feared desperately to risk the loss of his daily companionship with the girl. As it was, this was never extended beyond the 2 hours to which she had agreed, and any attempt on his part to lure her into the garden or to prolong the morning's ride was met with instant opposition. Nothing would induce Rose to curtail her hours of study, and he could not fail to recognize that in her eyes the higher local examination was of infinitely more importance than the society of Geoffrey Winter. She was gay, friendly, on perfectly easy and nonchalant terms with him, treating him, in fact, very much as she had done as a child, except that as he never teased her now, she did not quarrel with him. All the signs were discouraging for a lover, and Geoffrey grew daily more restless and unhappy as it daily became more difficult to preserve the role of simple friendship. He brooded incessantly upon the situation, and rehearsed innumerable speeches, which should lead conversation gently into the channel he desired. But face to face with Rose, her unconsciousness daunted him, and he always took refuge in the brother-like desultory remarks she expected. It seemed to Geoffrey, as he lay in bed and thought of her, that he had always loved Rose, even though he had practically forgotten her during his school and college days. From the moment he caught sight of her standing up in the carriage on the day of his mother's death, he realized that it had always been Rose, and he recalled with a shock of amazed comprehension his emotion when, as an awkward schoolboy, he wanted to kiss the ugly little kid who had been sent to bed on her birthday. It was the same little face he remembered, very subtly changed perhaps, but now he did not think it ugly. It gave him the queer notion that some little woodland creature had been transformed by enchantment to a humanity which, in the soft, blunt features, the soft white skin, and the soft velvety eyes, changing so often, but at first sight shy, unmistakably suggested forest origin. He did not definitely put this fancy into words. Geoffrey was not overwhelmingly imaginative, but obscurely it was there, and the girl's pliant figure and her quick, darting movements increased his vague sense of her likeness to some jolly little beast. It pleased him to remember how fond his mother had been of Rose, and how the child had loved her. Perhaps that would help him if ever he could find courage to ask her to marry him. He wished he were more worthy of her. 1 or 2 episodes in his comparatively blameless career troubled him greatly as he lay awake for a not inconsiderable time each night. There was a certain red-haired girl at Oxford, and another, a flaxen-haired lady, with whom he had once spent an embarrassing week-end on the river. He regretted these deviations from the path of virtue. Their memory was hateful to him now that he was experiencing for the first time an emotion which made him shy and humble, and at the same time filled him with exultation. "The sort of feeling some chaps get when they go to church, I suppose," he reflected, before banging his pillow into a shape conducive to slumber long delayed. Rose, meanwhile, slept peacefully. She never thought of Geoffrey unless he happened to be there. Certainly she was very glad he had come home. He was really of great help with the arithmetic. She had begun to enjoy her rides, and it was rather nice to have someone at hand who always noticed a new frock or even a new ribbon and said it was jolly or looked stunning. She liked Geoffrey. She had always liked him, but she found him, as she had always found him, as limited as his vocabulary. He could not talk even about himself, and despite her utmost endeavor to gain some idea of his life at college or the year he had spent abroad, she was enlightened only to the extent conveyed by phrases such as, "Oh, Oxford was first-rate," or "All those places abroad are pretty deadly, you know." She liked him best when he spoke of his mother, for then his inarticulateness seemed pathetic, and his face told her all that the halting words failed to express. On the other hand, he apparently loved to hear her talk, and it was immensely gratifying to have an interested and respectful listener. He had grown very polite, she thought, very fearful of offending, and she often laughed to think of the teasing schoolboy from whom this punctilious young gentleman was descended. A week before Christmas, Lucy arrived, so altered, so grown up, that Rose was lost in astonishment. She was prettier than ever now, and with her hair done fashionably on the top of her head, with her French dresses and her general air of elegance, she looked considerably older and more developed than her elder sister. Mrs. Lester was secretly divided between gratification and fear. Lucy was going to be a beauty, but Rose's future was still unsettled, and she now trembled for it and watched with anxiety Geoffrey's first meeting with the girl. He came in, as usual, the morning after her arrival, shook hands as with a maiden aunt of advanced years, and turned immediately to Rose. "Let's have the ride first, and the lesson afterward, shall we?" he suggested. "It's going to rain presently." Rose ran upstairs to put on her habit, and when Lucy had watched the couple canter away together, she turned to her grandmother in surprise. "How awfully good-looking Geoffrey has grown!" she exclaimed. "And he used to be such an ugly boy. You were quite right about him, Grandmamma. Does he take Rose out every day?" "Yes, and I'm very glad he should. Rose sits over her books as much as ever, and before Geoffrey came home she was looking quite frightful. No complexion, always dull and moping. It was quite unpleasant to see her about." "Well, she looks very nice now," Lucy said. "Her dresses suit her. Mademoiselle makes them, she says. I wonder if Geoffrey likes them." Mrs. Lester did not reply. A possible and unforeseen danger loomed suddenly on the horizon, and before a week had passed, it took definite form. In Lucy, Mademoiselle had no need to deplore a lack of coquetry. It was now the imperviousness of young Englishmen which moved her to wonder and contempt, and she privately enjoyed Mrs. Lester's discomfiture in the face of her younger granddaughter's efforts to attract the notice of her sister's swain. That these were incessant and flagrant she had better opportunities of observing than those afforded to Mrs. Lester, for Lucy was not destitute of a prudent discretion when her grandmother was anywhere in the vicinity of her manoeuvres. Under the very eyes of Rose they could be effected with impunity. Rose, unseeing, indifferent if she had seen, more than ever absorbed in her self-imposed task. The inevitable hour arrived, however, when Mademoiselle shared with Mrs. Lester her knowledge of Lucy's reprehensible forwardness. The Winters and Major Hawley were the guests invited for Christmas Day, and Lucy, having insisted upon decorating the house with evergreens, Geoffrey was pressed into the service. "You must stay. Oh, Geoffrey, please stay," she begged on the morning of Christmas Eve, coming into the schoolroom when, after the arithmetic lesson, Rose was preparing to work. I've got all this ivy to put up in the hall, and I can't reach. You might stay and help me, Jeff." "All right," returned Geoffrey carelessly. "Won't you come too, Rose?" He lingered wistfully at the schoolroom door, and Lucy answered for her sister. "Oh, you won't get Rose to move," she cried gaily. "She'll be sitting over these old books all the rest of the morning. Come along, Jeff." She playfully seized his arm and dragged him into the hall, where a heap of ivy, holly, and mistletoe had been piled, leaving Rose to wonder why Lucy troubled to make such a fuss about Jeff, with whom she had never got on particularly well. Only that morning, during their ride, she had taxed him with not being nice to Lucy. "She's grown up now, so you oughtn't to treat her as you did when she was a little girl, and you wanted her out of the way," she said. "Awfully sorry," answered Geoffrey, "but I'm afraid I do." "Why? It's silly of you," was Rose's impatient reply. And Geoffrey grasped at, but missed his opportunity in a sudden, maddening gust of shyness. "Oh, I don't know," he stammered evasively. "You know, I never cared much for her, even when she was a kid. And now she's got affected and Frenchified, I can't stand her at any price." "Well, she's awfully pretty," declared Rose, "and I think it's horrid of you. I've scarcely seen anything of her since she came home," she went on meditatively. "She and Mademoiselle fell into one another's arms the moment she arrived, and they've been talking together in Lucy's room ever since. I can't think what they find to say. Anyhow, I'm thankful, for I'm left in peace. Oh, Jeff, do say you think I'll pass. I can't stand any more of this. I really can't. I must get away." And for the 20th time, with a heavy heart, the undeclared lover gave her the assurance she coveted. Rose heard with impatience Lucy's constant laugh and chatter in the hall outside, mingled with Geoffrey's monosyllabic replies. She wished they would go away. They disturbed her study of the irregular German verbs, and it was a relief when the sound of their voices presently grew fainter. She supposed they were now decorating the dining room. Geoffrey, as a matter of fact, was doing all the work of hanging the chandelier with trails of ivy, while Lucy, leaning against the table, watched him with eyes that were undecided and troubled. Suddenly she picked up a branch of mistletoe lying at her feet, and, breaking off 2 pearl twigs, stuck them on either side of the velvet band which parted her blonde curls. She gazed at herself in an opposite glass, then at Geoffrey with a provocative little smile. "That's rather nice, I think. Don't you?" "Yes," said Geoffrey readily. He was looking at her attentively now. Rose had said she was pretty, and for that reason he considered her for the first time without reference to the rather insipid child he remembered. Yes, certainly she was pretty, he allowed, though not his style. Lucy was quick to notice his fixed regard, and she smiled with bewitching tremulousness. "Jeff, how silly you are! I'm under the mistletoe, don't you see? Why don't you come and kiss me?" Her voice held all the seduction with which a woman twice her years might have charged its meaning. But Geoffrey's furious blush was occasioned rather by the sight of Mrs. Lester in the doorway than by its appeal to his senses. He addressed the elder lady hurriedly. "We've finished this now, Mrs. Lester. You'll want me out of the way. I'll be off." He shook hands with her, and, waving to Lucy, beat a hasty retreat. Mrs. Lester waited till she heard the hall door bang before turning to her crimson granddaughter. "I'm ashamed of you," she said icily. "Apart from the immodesty of your behavior, I am surprised at your lack of pride in making advances to a young man who so obviously ignores you." To her consternation, Lucy broke suddenly into stormy tears. "He wouldn't if it were not for Rose," she sobbed. And Rose doesn't care a bit, not a bit. She's like a great baby. And you've let him come here every day and fall in love with her before I came home. It isn't fair. It's a shame." She had dashed upstairs before her grandmother could recover from the shock of words and demeanor so staggering in their audacity that she almost dropped the tray of glasses she was carrying. Mrs. Lester sat down to think. Life with two young women on the premises was growing more complicated than she desired, and it seemed as though the docile Lucy might be as troublesome in her own way as in another fashion Rose had proved. She decided for the moment to ignore the incident, and at lunchtime was relieved to find Lucy apparently normal and Rose as unconscious as ever. Christmas Day, in its earlier stages, passed quietly. The Winters and the Major arrived just before the 7 o'clock dinner, and any awkwardness in the meeting of Lucy and young Winter was avoided by the little excitement attendant on the exchange of presents. Geoffrey had brought gifts for everyone, but in meeting Rose a moment before dinner in the hall, he had slipped into her hand an extra little packet. "Don't open it now," he whispered. Rose nodded, smiled, and ran to leave it on the schoolroom table. The fact that he should have brought her an extra present was not surprising. She had always been his chief friend. But it was nice of him, she thought, not to give it to her in Lucy's presence. She was wearing the crimson frock, in color like a damask rose, made for her by Mademoiselle, and in putting it on that evening, no memory recurred to her of another occasion when it had been hastily discarded. That phase of terrible unrest and suffering being over, was for the time completely wiped out of her consciousness, and with her mind full of the French history she had just been reading, she dressed as unconcernedly as a child. During dinner she developed one of her occasional fits of witty gaiety, which never failed to surprise and, to some extent, gratify her grandmother. Major Hawley, as usual, was chiefly responsible for her vivacity, but Mrs. Lester, a gracious hostess when she pleased, and specially anxious today that Rose should appear to advantage, seconded his efforts and played up to the girl in a manner which excited and exhilarated her. Laughter rang, and in the midst of her enjoyment of her own success, Rose was glad because she did not want the Winters to have a miserable evening. Mrs. Winter would have been glad that they laughed, glad that she, Rose, could amuse them. Her eyes dancing, her changeful face alight with mirth, Rose looked that evening more attractive than Lucy, whose glance traveled often from her sister to Geoffrey. His absorption in the sight of Rose was evident to everyone at the table except the girl herself. Unsuspecting, radiant, and excited, she was thinking no more of Geoffrey than of his father or the old Major. It was the company generally she was intent on amusing, herself deriving infinite pleasure in the process. Later on, when the young people, with Mademoiselle, had gone to the drawing-room, Mr. Winter looked across at his hostess and smiled. Without speaking, he raised his glass of champagne, and with answering smiles Mrs. Lester and Major Hawley followed his example. The rest of the evening passed gaily, though Lucy slipped away unnoticed before the Winters' carriage was announced, and it was Rose who, when farewells were being exchanged, ran out to look for her. Geoffrey followed her into the hall. "Never mind, Lucy. Come and look at your other present," he said, pushing open the door of the schoolroom, in which a lamp was burning faintly on a side table. Rose began to unwrap her parcel, while he stood watching her, waiting for the look he expected when she should open the little box it contained. "Oh, Geoffrey!" The words were whispered gently in surprised delight. She held in her hand a well-known locket, and saw that it contained a miniature of Mrs. Winter, the adored Mrs. Winter of early memories. "Oh, Geoffrey!" she exclaimed again. "She used to wear this always, only it had a picture of you in it then. Oh, I'd rather have it than anything in the world." She raised her eager face and regarded him gratefully. In a second, Geoffrey's arms were round her. He held her so close that she could not move, and bending over her, kissed her hair, her eyes, and finally, almost with violence, pressed his lips against hers. Rose struggled furiously. He loosed his arms, and they stood facing one another, both breathing quickly, Rose with anger, Geoffrey with mingled passion and fear for the consequences of his mad impulse. "What on earth are you doing?" asked Rose, at last, incoherently. "You must have gone mad." "I have," whispered the boy. "Oh, Rose, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. But suddenly I couldn't help it. I love you so much, and I've waited such a long time." Rose gazed at him blankly. His face was working and his lips trembled. She almost thought he was going to cry, and an incoherent, uncomprehending pity began to stir beneath her resentment. "But what do you mean?" she stammered. "Love me? Why, I've known you all my life. You can't want—" She paused, speechless. "I want you to marry me," pleaded the boy, snatching at the hands which, quick as thought, she hid behind her back. The drawing-room door opened, and as the hum of voices became audible, Rose darted away from him into the hall, where she began to talk volubly to Major Hawley, who was putting on his overcoat. Her voice, joined to the bird-like chatter of Mademoiselle, covered Geoffrey's silence, and directly she heard the roll of wheels on the drive, and a hasty good night to her grandmother had been uttered. She was free to rush upstairs. The window blinds had not been drawn, and her bedroom was full of soft greenish light from an almost full moon. Rose hastened to close the door, and leaning against it, she stood for some minutes motionless, trying to recover from her overwhelming surprise and bewilderment. Geoffrey. It was too absurd. It was even rather horrid. He was a sort of brother. Not really, of course. Still, he had always seemed like a brother, and he had kissed her. She drew the back of her hand hastily across her lips with a movement that was almost disgust, and then suddenly remembered how she had longed to be kissed by a man. Well, Geoffrey was a man, she supposed. He was 22 at any rate, but then he was just Geoffrey. She began to undress in the semi-darkness, so perturbed and absent-minded that she forgot to light the candles till she wanted to brush and plait her hair. Then, for the first time, she saw herself in the glass, and smiled contentedly to find she looked really rather pretty. Geoffrey must have thought so, too, and that was gratifying, even though the annoying, disappointing fact remained that it was only Geoffrey. Much later, when she had been in bed some time, she recalled his face, his trembling lips, and with a curious shock at the possibility, wondered whether he was experiencing any of the awful feelings she herself remembered enduring some time ago. If so, these feelings were all about her, Rose. Yet when she had been so tormented, it was all about nothing at all, about no one, at least. And now that a man had really made love to her, really kissed her, she felt nothing. It was absurd. It was also frightfully annoying, but she supposed it would always be like that. Perhaps there was nothing in love but imagination? Rose inclined to this opinion and sighed. Real life was very disappointing. She had received an offer of marriage. She had been kissed. A man had told her he loved her. All her dreams, in fact, had come true, and had ended in a disenchantment as great as one which had followed a fairly recent actual dream. in which, after hearing with delight of her own approaching marriage, she was introduced to the bridegroom, who, approaching her through a mist, stood revealed at last as Maisie, the younger of the two sheep-like Totfield girls. Geoffrey as a husband was almost as grotesquely disappointing, and Rose sighed again impatiently as she grew sleepy. It was a great bother, and she wondered, if Geoffrey came tomorrow, how he would behave. She had not answered his question, but of course he must know there was no need to answer anything so preposterous, and she supposed he would go on with the arithmetic and the writing lessons as usual. Tomorrow she must begin her regular work again, for there had already been too many interruptions. In the midst of this reflection she fell asleep. Lucy, meanwhile, in the arms of Mademoiselle, was sobbingly protesting that Geoffrey was, and would remain, the only love of her life, and that as her heart was broken, she had better return at once to Tours and enter a convent. End of chapter 22. Recorded by James K. White. Chula Vista.
Chapter 23 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. Hopes disappointed. Rose woke next morning to a sense of importance. That she had received an offer of marriage was an incontrovertible fact, even though it was only Geoffrey who sought her hand. In the morning sunlight she felt amused, a little flattered, but in no way disposed to take seriously Geoffrey's professions of devotion. She would like to have confided in Lucy, but Lucy would certainly tell Mademoiselle, and it wouldn't be fair on Geoffrey, she felt, to make his momentary silliness a source of amusement to the household. She never for an instant doubted that their old friendly relationship would be reinstated, and that in a few days, if not before, Geoffrey would himself be laughing at the nonsense he had talked. It was in the mood of an unawakened schoolgirl that she ran downstairs to breakfast, and the mood was as genuine an expression of one phase of the complex personality known as Rose Cottingham as that which a few months previously had left her a weeping and tormented victim of unsatisfied desire. "Where is Lucy?" she asked, when Mrs. Lester had poured out the coffee. "La pauvre petite. She is a little suffering," replied Mademoiselle, with a glance at Rose from which, despite herself, she could not exclude the curiosity that was devouring her. "She complains of a headache," explained Mrs. Lester. "So I thought you might as well have her breakfast in bed. Don't disturb her, Rose, when you go upstairs. She may be asleep." "I wondered why she went up to bed so early last night," Rose was beginning, when the parlour-maid entered with a note. "Mr. Geoffrey has just ridden over and left this for Miss Rose," she announced, offering the letter tray. Mademoiselle choked a little over her coffee, and Mrs. Lester, having finished breakfast, got up from the table, and with a question to the maid on some household matter, left the room. Rose was annoyed. Geoffrey was a fool not to come in as usual, and the fact that Mademoiselle made no comment on the circumstance made her uneasy with a sense of being watched. As soon as she could escape from the table, she went as usual to the schoolroom, and with some impatience opened the letter, raising her eyebrows wonderingly at its length. She began to read, and as she read, her expression changed. It was a long, rambling, rather incoherent epistle, but there was no doubting its sincerity. The boy poured out his heart to her, begged and implored her to listen and be kind. Do write to me at once, darling Rose, and say yes, for unless you say it, I can't see you again. I can't bear it any more, and I shall go away again for a long time. But you will say yes, won't you? Think how it would have pleased Mother." Rose put down the badly written blotted sheet and looked about her in blank wonder and despair. It was a real thing then. No silliness on Geoffrey's part, to be soon forgotten. The realization stunned her and filled her with compunction and pity. Poor Geoffrey. She dreaded to make him unhappy, and there was no way out of it, for in spite of his letter, the idea of Geoffrey as a husband seemed no whit less preposterous than it had hitherto appeared to her. I have known you all my life, and I know now that I have loved you all my life. She read the sentence once more and marveled. It was just this long acquaintance which to her put Geoffrey as a lover out of the question. Well, I must be quick and get it over with, she thought, at last, with a long sigh, as she took up her pen to begin her difficult reply. It took hours to compose, but congratulating herself upon its explicitness, she managed to run out and post the letter just before lunchtime. On her return, she found Lucy at the table, pale, silent, her face stained with recent tears, and when, on her wondering inquiry, her sister began to weep afresh, she looked in amazement from her grandmother to Mademoiselle. Neither of them offered an explanation. Mrs. Lester began to talk on indifferent matters, and when the uncomfortable meal was at an end, Lucy rose hurriedly and made her escape. Rose was about to follow when Mrs. Lester called her back. "Sit down, my dear," she said, when Mademoiselle had gone out and closed the door, and Rose was amazed afresh at the cordiality of her tone. She looked inquiringly at her grandmother. "I conclude," pursued Mrs. Lester, folding her table napkin with precision, "that Geoffrey Winter has proposed to you." "Yes," said Rose, flushing and startled into an admission. "How did you know?" Mrs. Lester smiled. "My dear girl, because you are a little ostrich, you mustn't imagine the rest of the world follows suit." Rose was silent. The rest of the world? Then everyone had noticed? Everyone had been talking? It seemed incredible. "Well, when is your future husband going to implore my blessing?" asked Mrs. Lester, still amiably smiling. You expected me to say yes?" Rose inquired in a dazed tone. "You have done so, of course?" demanded Mrs. Lester, looking up sharply. "Marry Geoffrey?" She laughed a little. "Why, it would be too absurd. I've just written to say no. What else could I do?" "And why, may I ask?" Mrs. Lester forced herself to speak calmly. "Why? But I don't understand you. How could I possibly be in love with Geoffrey? He's like a brother. He's always been like that. You said I was an ostrich, but how could I be anything else? I never thought of such a thing. He was just Geoffrey." Mrs. Lester checked an impulse to box the girl's ears. The proceeding would have relieved exasperated feelings which prudence warned her, for the moment at any rate, to conceal. Much was at stake. It would be unwise to rouse opposition if reasoning might prevail. She regarded her granddaughter, therefore, with a tolerant smile that was truly heroic. "I quite understand that the idea seems strange to you," she began. "But after all, my dear, it is a very natural one, and the fact that you and Geoffrey have known one another all your lives, as you say, is all the more satisfactory. It proves that his is no light fancy, and—" "I can't help what he feels. I'm not in love with him," interrupted Rose hurriedly, with an uncomfortable blush. It was hateful to have to mention the word love to Grandmama. Mrs. Lester silently invoked the shade of Job, and with outward calm continued. "Allow me in the first place to point out to you," she said, "that at your age, and very rightly, you know nothing about the love you so glibly mention. That will certainly follow marriage in the right and proper course. It would be strange indeed if it did not," she added, rather more quickly, "with such a husband as Geoffrey Winter. You do not, I presume, complain of his personal appearance. One might go far before meeting a better-looking young man, and you can have no fear as to his character. A fine, handsome, exemplary young fellow. On what conceivable grounds do you refuse him?" Grandmother and granddaughter furtively glanced at one another and looked away, both conscious of insincerity. Mrs. Lester, knowing that love did not certainly follow marriage, even though that might be its theoretical right and proper course, and Rose uncomfortably aware that her grandmother considered her an innocent child when there was Swinburne and Bellamy and all sorts of things. She was, however, obliged to speak, and confusion made her voice as obstinate as her feeling. "I simply don't care for him like that," she said with decision. "Am I to understand, then, that you definitely refuse his offer?" Mrs. Lester's eyes began to flash. "I have. I told you so." Her grandmother walked to the window, looked out a moment, and wheeled round again. "Now listen to me, Rose," she began, still preserving a forced calm, "and let us talk reasonably, leaving all this nonsense out of the question. You have received an offer of marriage from a man who in the future will be worth $5,000 or $6,000 a year, and who even now can offer you a beautiful home and all the advantages of an excellent social position. If you expect to do better, I fear you will be disappointed. At your majority, you will come into an income of less than $100 a year, and even at my death, this pittance will scarcely be augmented. As you know, I have as much as I can do even now to make both ends meet, and the property is rapidly deteriorating. In the sense of the word, you have no money, and you are not beautiful. It is quite true that you are responsible for neither circumstance, but that in no way alters the position. These are the plain facts. Surely in the face of them you will not be mad enough to throw away a chance so providentially offered you at the very outset of your career." She spoke peremptorily now, and with one hand resting on the uncleared luncheon table, stood waiting for a reply. It was amazement and nothing else that she saw written on the girl's face. "I didn't know I had any money at all," stammered Rose. "You have none, in the sense of the word, a possible £90 a year. But it's a lot, enough to live on. It depends on what you call living. However, that is not the point. We are not discussing a question of pocket money. It is the important matter of your future that is to be decided." Mrs. Lester was possessed by uneasy fear. She wished she had not mentioned the infinitesimal income, yet it was inconceivable that the girl would be fool enough to consider it a substitute for matrimony. "Grandmama, I've decided it. I couldn't possibly marry Geoffrey. The very idea makes me laugh. It's absurd. As though anyone would take Geoffrey seriously. I mean anyone who has eaten sticky sweets out of his pocket and fought with him over dolls and toys. It's ridiculous, and if you don't understand what I mean, ask Lucy. She was practically brought up with him too, and if he went and proposed to her, I'm sure she would feel just as I do about it." "You are a perfect fool," retorted Mrs. Lester, with so much conviction and acrimony that Rose started, accustomed as she was to adverse criticism from her grandmother. "For a week and more," pursued the old lady, regaining an icy tone of contemptuous derision, "under your very nose your sister has been making love to Geoffrey Winter, and even now, presumably in the arms of Mademoiselle, who has no more sense than the rest of her sex, she is spoiling her complexion and crying her eyes out for the sake of the young gentleman you despise." Rose went suddenly white. "Lucy?" she whispered, and paused, stunned and bewildered. "Is that what's the matter with her, then? You mean she's in love with Geoffrey? Oh, then, why doesn't he—" She checked herself, looking miserably at her grandmother, who shrugged her shoulders. "You see, it's a pretty kettle of fish," she remarked, relapsing into homely metaphor, "and the solution of the difficulty would be for you to accept him without further ado." "No," said Rose, "I wouldn't anyhow. Not for all the world. I don't want to. I should hate it. And now that Lucy—oh, why doesn't he care for her? Perhaps he will now he knows I shall never marry him." She looked imploringly at her grandmother, like a child yearning to be reassured, but Mrs. Lester's inimical expression gave her no comfort. She merely shrugged her shoulders with a gesture of impatience. "You talk like a baby. Is it likely that the young man will accept Lucy instead of you? Like an infant contentedly picking up one toy when another one has been taken away from him. My dear Rose, you are a born fool. You always were, and I'm afraid you always will be. However, if you won't take advice, there's nothing further to be said, and you must be left to suffer for your folly. Kindly ring the bell for this table to be cleared." Mrs. Lester swept from the room, and Rose mechanically moved towards the bell. When the maid appeared in answer to its summons, she as mechanically opened one of the French windows and went out into the garden. A fine rain was falling, but she did not notice it as she walked in a sort of dream along the damp paths leading towards the edge of the cliff. Two threads of thought were interwoven in her whirling brain. Lucy was in love with Geoffrey, and unhappy, and incredible thought, she, and presumably Lucy also, had money of their own. When the second reflection was uppermost, she was conscious of anger. Why had her grandmother not told her of this before? But it was so like her to be secretive. Rose knew that, but for the special circumstances, the disclosure would not have been made till she was actually 21. Even now, there were more than 2 years to wait before she could call herself independent. Still, what a difference the knowledge would have made during the past 18 months of hopelessness. Such half-formed thoughts flitted across her mind in the intervals of miserable speculation about Lucy. How incredible, how awful it was that Lucy should be in love and unhappy when she herself was so absolutely indifferent to the object of Lucy's affections. With a sudden longing to see her sister, she turned and ran breathlessly towards the house and upstairs to Lucy's room, before the door of which, with sudden timidity, she paused. Lucy, as love's victim, had become an important person, and it seemed sacrilege to disturb her grief. Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, she knocked gently, and when a muffled voice replied, "Come in," shyly opened the door. Lucy was sitting in an armchair by the window, eating chocolates out of a pink and gold paper bag, and a particularly large sweet of an adhesive nature rather than emotion accounted for the husky quality of the voice which had struck trepidation into Rose's soul. "What do you want?" asked Lucy, crossly and with difficulty, as her sister stood hesitating on the threshold. "She wants a little talk, chérie," cooed Mademoiselle soothingly as she rose, brushing crumbs of chocolate from her own mouth. "Voila! It is but natural. I will go and leave the little sisters together." She kissed Lucy with pitying fervor, threw a glance of mingled sorrow, congratulation, and admonition at Rose, and as she passed her, raised her eyes to heaven and sadly shook her head. "What an ass she is!" exclaimed Rose irritably when the door closed upon her. It was not in the least what she had meant to say, but Mademoiselle's sentimental attitude, joined to the chocolates and Lucy's cross tone, had a disconcerting effect upon her own emotions. "Why is she an ass? You always think yourself so clever," was Lucy's not too conciliatory reply. A sharp retort was on Rose's tongue when she noticed with a pang that if Lucy's lips were chocolate-stained, her eyelids were still reddened, and her heart melted within her. "Lucy, I came to tell you that of course I'm not going to marry Jeff," she began, sitting down on the edge of the bed. Lucy turned round swiftly. "He did propose to you last night, then?" There was a sharp note of jealousy in her voice. "I was sure he would, and I was sure you'd say no," she added, looking inimically at her sister. There was a little pause. "I'm so sorry that because, you see, I don't. It seemed so absurd to me. I never was so surprised. But anyhow, Lucy, as I'm not going to, perhaps he would be an idiot not to," stammered Rose with fine lucidity. "Why don't you like him?" inquired her sister after a pause. "I do like him in a way, but to marry? Why, it would be too silly. She checked herself, remembering Lucy's unaccountable passion and the necessity of treating it with respect. "It's not silly at all," declared Lucy, her eyes swimming. "It's so like you to keep me from getting what I want and not to want it yourself." Rose felt the injustice of the reproach, but Lucy's miserable face filled her with pity. "He'll fall in love with you. I'm sure he will," she declared. "Don't cry, Lucy." She put her arms around the girl, who moved pettishly from her embrace. "You see," she went on, still striving desperately after comfort, "you're pretty and I'm not, and men only really care about prettiness, so directly he finds—" Again she checked herself, remembering with consternation Geoffrey's threat of a prolonged absence. Hastily, she decided to say nothing about this to Lucy. He might not go after all. "It's all very well," sobbed Lucy, "but you've made him in love with you, and I'm so miserable, so dreadfully miserable. I shall never get over it. I shall never, never care for anyone else all my life." Yielding now to Rose's heartbroken caresses, and reveling in the luxury of a fresh sympathizer, Lucy sobbed anew, pausing now and again to listen half hopefully to her sister's eager assurances that Geoffrey must and should respond to her love for him. There were renewed tears the following day when Geoffrey failed to appear, and the confession had been wrung from Rose that he might have gone away. During the afternoon, the elder Mr. Winter called, and was received in secret conference by Mrs. Lester in the drawing-room. He brought the news, later disclosed by her, that Geoffrey had decided to return to France to finish a course of horticultural study interrupted by his mother's last illness, and that he would probably be away 6 months at least. The ensuing week was a period of torture to Rose. At the death blow to the hopes she had secretly entertained, Lucy gave herself up to unrestrained grief, and in spite of her grandmother's silent annoyance, of Rose's distracted appeals, and of Mademoiselle's petting, cried from morning till night so successfully that she began to look ill enough to regard her own reflection in the glass with melancholy satisfaction. In the meantime, Rose's position in the household, so far as her grandmother's attitude was concerned, was that of a criminal to be coldly ignored, and the girl alternately raged and wept in secret at the general misery caused by Geoffrey's untimely avowal. He had begged her to keep the miniature of his mother, and she often looked long at it, yearning in vain for her friend. She would have understood. Even to further her own son's happiness, Rose felt, she would never have urged her to be false to the instinct which put Geoffrey as a husband out of the question. When 8 or 10 wretched days, during which Rose tried unsuccessfully to work, had dragged away, Mrs. Lester came one morning to the schoolroom, and with a sarcastic apology for intrusion upon important study, sat down and intimated that she wished for a conversation with her granddaughter. Rose pushed her history notebooks wearily aside and prepared to listen. "I have decided," said Mrs. Lester without preamble, "to send you and Lucy to London for a few months." Then, as Rose uttered a sharp, dismayed exclamation, she raised her hand peremptorily. "Kindly allow me to speak. I will listen to your comments afterwards. I had intended to send you almost at once to Tours, keeping Lucy at home during that time and deferring your entrance into society till next year, when you both would have gone to your cousin Gertrude's house for the season. However, as things are, I think it advisable to send you now instead of later. I've written to your cousin, and she very kindly offers to chaperone you both, and is ready to receive you immediately." "But, Grandmamma," interrupted Rose wildly, "please wait a moment till I have finished. You see the condition into which your sister has worked herself. If this goes on, the girl will be seriously ill, and as I wish her to recover herself before the season begins, she must have change of scene and mental distraction at once. You shall not lose your year abroad. Directly an opportunity offers, possibly next autumn, you shall go. Meanwhile, you will both be presented this season. Lucy is young, it is true, but she looks much older than her years, and she is certainly precocious." Mrs. Lester gave an expressive little sniff of mingled amusement and annoyance, and calmly continued her discourse. "After all, she will be nearly 18, and you in your 19th year before the end of the summer, so though I would rather have waited—" "But why can't she go alone?" broke out Rose, irrepressibly. "Why need I go with her? I can't go just now, Grandmamma. It's quite impossible." "You will go together or not at all," returned Mrs. Lester decisively. "For one thing, I shall not allow your younger sister to come out before you, and for another, I do not intend to go through all the fuss and bother of presentation 2 succeeding years. And why, may I ask, is it impossible for you to go to town? I don't flatter myself that it's any affection for your home. If so, you have successfully disguised your emotion." I have something to do. I can't leave my work. I simply can't, returned Rose, too feverishly anxious to resent her grandmother's more than usually disagreeable tone of sarcasm. Your serious studies? Anyone would think you were preparing for an important career in life. I am, exclaimed Rose, desperately. I didn't want to let anyone know. Oh, it's hateful to be worried like this. But now I suppose I must tell you. I'm working for an examination in the summer. I've been working 3 months. If I go away, all that will be wasted. Why can't Lucy go alone? She'll get on much better without me, and... Mrs. Lester got up. You will go together next week or not at all, she repeated. I can't force you out of the house, since in spite of your behavior, in years at any rate, you are not a child. But if you persist in your ridiculous refusal, you will have the satisfaction of knowing that you deprived Lucy of her London season and of all the advantage which a change just now would mean to her. I leave it to you to decide, but please let me know before the 6 o'clock post, for I must write one way or the other to your cousin. The last words were uttered at the door, and when it shut, Rose jumped up and furiously sweeping books and papers from the table, threw them into a cupboard and herself into the shabby schoolroom armchair. Indignation, anger, hesitancy, and bitter disappointment were some of the emotions which caused her to clench her hands till she hurt herself, and to drive her in a frenzy to and fro from the chair to the window in her agitated pacing of the room. To be at one moment treated as a child and the next appealed to as a woman roused, as it had always done, her sense of injustice. I intend you to do this or that. I propose to send you here or there. Rose mentally repeated the phrases with increasing anger. It had always been so. She was always disposed of, with never a word beforehand of consultation or respect for her wishes or for her plans, which were held in light contempt. And now, after all her work, if she went to London, she would miss the examination upon which her hopes were built. Rose rushed suddenly from the room to look for Lucy, and found her in the morning room, crouching over the fire. Has Grandmama said anything to you? She began breathlessly. Yes, she says we are to go to Cousin Gertrude's next week. I suppose you're excited about it. I don't care whether we go or not. It's all the same to me, replied Lucy in a dejected voice. Rose noticed, however, that she was putting fresh ruffles into the sleeves of her best dress. Oh, Lucy, then you won't mind if we don't? She gasped, sitting down beside her on the fender stool. Grandmama says I'm to decide it, and... You haven't said you won't go, asked Lucy sharply, dropping the lace frills. But you've just said you didn't care, and I have a special reason for not going. If you'll swear not to tell, I'll explain to you, urged Rose eagerly. You will swear, though, won't you? Lucy nodded impatiently. She was beginning to speak, but giving her no time, Rose rushed into an explanation of her plans and hopes for the future. And I've been slaving for 3 months, you see, she concluded, and it will be all no good if I'm to go off to Cousin Gertrude's, where there won't be a moment to work. You do understand, don't you, Lucy? For answer, Lucy began to cry. You want to keep me here where everything reminds me of him, just for a stupid old exam, she sobbed. It's too selfish of you, and it's absurd, too. How can you be a teacher? You'd hate it, and besides, Grandmama would never let you. And I was longing to get away, simply longing. I'm awake all night long, and I'm awfully unhappy, and you don't care a bit. But, Lucy, you said you didn't mind one way or another, repeated Rose, harassed and torn by conflicting considerations. You might know that a change would be something, but you don't care. You have no feeling. You sent poor Geoffrey away and kept him from me, and now... Rose sprang up and rushed away to her own bedroom. Half an hour later, she sought her grandmother with a brusque intimation that she was ready to go to London with Lucy, and Mrs. Lester complacently went down to her writing table to conclude arrangements with her niece, Lady Gertrude Cummings. She was aware of the trump card she had played in pointing out to Rose that her refusal would mean disappointment to her sister, and the girl's decision was no surprise to her. Rose has many faults, but she is not selfish, she wrote. You may find her difficult, but though I consider her plain and usually unattractive, certain men, as events have proved, fortunately do not share my opinion, so there may be hope for her after all. When she pleases, she can be quite amusing, but I trust you have one or two young men in your circle clever enough to come up to her ladyship's standard. Otherwise, she and they will fare badly. Lucy, though not looking her best just now, owing to a ridiculous little love affair which she will forget in a fortnight, is in my opinion remarkably pretty. She is like her poor mother. Rose, unluckily, as the nurses say, favors her father's side of the family, and the Cottinghams always had more brains than beauty. It is for that reason I am annoyed with the girl for her refusal of young Winter's offer. His father called upon me the other day and said the boy had taken his disappointment desperately to heart and has insisted upon going away, apparently convinced that Rose's determination is final. He, the father, is also disappointed, chiefly, I think, because his wife had a sort of infatuation for Rose, and being a newly made widower, he is in that acute but ephemeral stage of sentimentality natural to men in the circumstances of bereavement. I am not without hope that should young Winter remain faithful, Rose will come to her senses. At present she is a mere child in regard to men, and as ignorant as a baby of all that side of life. Lucy is infinitely more precocious, and I fancy there will be no difficulty about the arrangement of her future. Rose cried herself to sleep that night, thinking alternately of her lost chances and of Lucy, who had come to her room before going to bed, to embrace and thank her. It's quite true that nothing will ever make any difference to me, she had plaintively declared. I never forget him for 1 second. But oh, Rose, it will be such a relief to get away, and perhaps the change of air will at least make me sleep. The pathetic words rang in her ears, and at moments made her decision seem absolutely necessary and inevitable. At other moments she wavered. Rose was unfortunately endowed with a highly critical as well as a highly emotional faculty, and the two were in never-ending conflict. When Lucy's pale, wretched little face rose before her, stirring her pity to unbearable poignancy, a vision of chocolates in a pink and gold bag concurrently presented itself with an accompanying cynical reflection. This was immediately repressed as unfair, since because she could not imagine herself enjoying chocolates in the midst of grief, there is no reason why the confection should not afford solace to Lucy, who might be differently constituted. And Lucy undoubtedly looked ill, so she must be unhappy. Still the chocolates rankled, and just before she fell asleep some words spoken by Helen, long ago it seemed, darted suddenly into her mind. You have too much feeling, Rose. It will stand in your way. Well, this perhaps was a case in point, and what if she had sacrificed herself unnecessarily? The thought of Helen was the one bright ray in her cloud-filled sky. In London, at any rate, she would see her friend, and her last waking reflection was concerned with the irony she had discovered to be latent in the very fact of existence. With what overwhelming delight 3 months ago she would have looked forward to this very visit to town, which now by the turn of circumstances bade fair to wreck all her hopes of ultimate freedom. End of chapter 23, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown. Chapter 24 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. A Social Failure. Lady Gertrude Cummings, the not inconsolable widow of the late Lord John Cummings, a man of undoubtedly distinguished birth, but doubtful temper, lived in a somewhat imposing house in a highly imposing square near Hyde Park. She was a childless widow of 45, stout but well-dressed, conventional but shrewd, altogether a woman of her world, a world that was entirely materialistic, from which imagination was not so much excluded as never imagined. She received the two girls with kindly hospitality. Lady Gertrude was often at a loss for an occupation, and the thought of chaperoning her two little cousins through the coming season rather amused her than otherwise. It seemed likely to provide some change in her monotonous life of assured comfort and lack of interest in anything but ladylike gossip and matchmaking, directed on mercenary rather than upon amorous lines. Metaphorically at first, and actually not much later, she and Lucy fell into one another's arms, while Rose puzzled and disconcerted her as being totally unlike all she expected or had ever experienced of girlhood. There was indeed some excuse for her first unfavorable impression, for Rose, unhappy and discontented, was by no means a pleasant inmate of any household. Added to her disappointment about the examination, she had suffered a blow almost as crushing by the discovery that Helen was not in London. On the eve of her departure from home, she had received a letter from her friend with the news that the professor was ill, and the doctors having ordered him to Switzerland for several months, she must as a matter of course go with him. "It seems too cruel," she wrote, "that just when we might have met, this should have happened. But of course father's health is the first consideration, and I am very troubled about him. I had so much to say to you, and I was counting the days till you came. But in spite of my delight, I should have scolded you for giving in to your sister. It's like you, Rose, to sacrifice all your plans for some extravagant feeling of pity, which most likely is entirely wasted. I won't say anything more about it just now, when we are both unhappy and worried, and I shall leave the other matter also, you know what I mean, till we can talk, instead of writing about it. To have had an offer of marriage makes you seem very grown up. How did you feel when he asked you? I am rather jealous of you, but the men in our set don't marry, I find. In some ways I'm getting rather tired of them. Do you remember the man who lectured here when you stayed with us? What a long time ago it seems. I meant to tell you in my last letter that he is standing for Parliament as a Labour leader, and great things are expected of him. Father is most interested in his career. Dearest Rose, I am so sorry and disappointed about everything, but I mustn't write any more, for I am in the midst of packing. We start early tomorrow. Rose read the letter in the train with the conviction that fate had done its worst. She sank into gloomy silence, while from habit Lucy wept. Her tears had received fresh impetus from the parting with Mademoiselle, who, as soon as another field of activity could be discovered for a gentlewoman of cheerful disposition and pure French accent, was leaving the manor house. Long before London was reached, however, Lucy's tears were dry, and by the time she and Rose stepped into their cousin's brougham at Paddington, she was radiant, while Rose, endeavoring to be polite, could scarcely summon a smile. "I haven't seen you since you were almost babies," said Lady Gertrude, with a glance at implied comparison from the younger to the elder sister. "But I remember this hair," she touched Lucy's fair locks flatteringly, "and those blue eyes. You're not looking very well, my dear," she added, turning to Rose. "It's Lucy who hasn't been well," declared Rose maliciously. Her sister's cheerfulness exasperated her, and she was prepared for and insensible to the deep sigh which followed her remark. "Oh, well, a little gaiety will soon put that right," their cousin comfortably assured her. It did. By the end of a week, Lucy was blithe, cheerful, and sweet-tempered enough to justify the popular ideal of the fresh young English girl, and Rose, listening to her laughter and her incessant chatter, so like the bird-like chirping of Mademoiselle, experienced an irritation which, though she felt it to be unreasonable, was none the less acute. She wanted Lucy to be cured. It was, of course, for that reason she had consented to the London visit, yet she had a shrewd suspicion that the cure would have been effected, though possibly a week or two later, at home. Meanwhile, though youth asserted itself, and she enjoyed the shopping, the drives in the park, and above all, the theaters, She was bored in her cousin's house, whose very aspect displeased her as greatly as it delighted her sister. Lucy loved the fat satin cushions in the drawing-room, tied with expensive bows of pink ribbon, the thick soft carpets, the luxury of her expensively furnished bedroom, the general air of opulence which the house exhaled. To Rose, the undistinguished costliness of everything was as oppressive as the undistinguished mental atmosphere of Lady Gertrude and her friends, who chatted instead of talked, and never uttered a word which, to her at any rate, was of the smallest interest or could possibly provoke a smile. They belonged, in short, to that huge crowd of the dull, the rich, and the correct, which London continues to produce in vast numbers, and 20 years ago was particularly successful in causing to flourish. Lucy accepted gladly the environment, and was petted and flattered by the ladies, who in her presence archly warned Lady Gertrude that she would have her work cut out to chaperone a young beauty through the coming season. They spoke of her as a sweet girl, so unassuming and natural and affectionate, while Rose was secretly branded with the term eccentric. There were those who were afraid she possessed modern ideas, and they deplored her plainness, while grudgingly admitting that her taste in dress was better than her sister's, and that she was probably quite aware that her figure was good. In spite of all the trivial occupations of the day, time hung heavy on Rose's hands, at any rate till the real business of preparing for the season began, and as the only books in Lady Gertrude's house were sweetly pretty novels, she took to reading the newspapers carefully and trying to understand the subject vaguely designated as politics. One morning after breakfast, while Lucy and her cousin were gossiping at the fire, she interrupted a discussion on the probable cost of a certain Mrs. Colwyn's furs by an exclamation which caused Lucy to look round. "It's only about an awfully exciting speech by John Deering," she explained, half apologetically. "Whoever is John Deering?" asked Lucy, without interest. "I told you about him, but I expect you've forgotten. The socialist who spoke at the Fergursons when I stayed with them. He's a labor leader." "My dear, you've surely not met any of those awful socialists?" demanded Lady Gertrude, in a tone half shocked, half derisory. "My friends the Fergusons are socialists," said Rose shortly. "But I thought socialists were all of the lower classes. Surely Aunt Rose never allowed you to stay with people of that sort." "John Deering is one of the lower classes, as you call them," returned Rose, still more shortly. "Professor Fergusson is a gentleman." "And you mean to say that he allowed this John What's-his-name to hold forth at his house? Dear, dear, what is the world coming to?" exclaimed Lady Gertrude, with lazy disapproval. "It's getting altered, thank goodness," returned Rose, with rising temper. "Some day, perhaps, it won't be so deadly dull as it is now." She made her escape from the room, and Lady Gertrude turned to Lucy. "What a strange girl Rose is," she remarked. "She takes interest in things so unsuitable for women. Politics and socialism and all that. She's such a funny mixture, dear, isn't she? I declare I'm surprised to find she likes clothes, and knows how to choose them, too. I should have thought with her learned taste she wouldn't have cared a bit how she looked." "Oh, Rose is as funny as she can be," said Lucy, shrugging her shoulders. "Just imagine she didn't want to come to London just because of some silly old exam she took it into her head to try to pass. I had an awful bother to persuade her. And then refusing Geoffrey Winter, too, when any other girl would have jumped at the chance. Oh, Cousin Gertrude, I can't tell you how handsome he is, and such a dear boy." Lucy, who for a month had never thought of Geoffrey, heaved a deep sigh, and was gratified to find her eyes filling with a return of half-forgotten tears. "Now, now, darling," expostulated her cousin, shaking a reproving finger. "No more repining over that rather dense young gentleman. Only wait till the gaieties really begin, and you will have all the young men at your feet. I predict a really brilliant marriage for you, my dear. You'll be glad enough then that you didn't doom yourself to a country existence where you would be wasted." Lucy not unwillingly dried her eyes and began to take a keen interest in the details of a new frock, the designs for which soon littered the breakfast table. Before long, both girls were absorbed in the whirling toils and pleasures of the season, and not a little surprised at the amount of money at their disposal. Expenditure, indeed, was controlled by Lady Gertrude, but there was no stint in the supplies, and Rose occasionally reflected that her grandmother must have saved up a good deal for the extravagances of their first season. Even then, she was far from realizing what of planning, contriving, and sacrifice this saving up represented, and with the carelessness of youth, she and Lucy accepted with glee the novelty of possessing in 3 months more frocks and frills and elegances than had ever fallen to their lot in twice that number of years. That the Cottingham girls were well turned out was universally admitted, and at her presentation at court in due course, Lucy took rank as one of the new youthful beauties of the season. Rose grew accustomed to seeing her surrounded by men at dances, at race meetings, and garden parties. With a curious medley of emotions, in which pride, admiration, and wistful envy were mingled, she wondered how her sister managed to get on so well with people who to her were as savorless as, in her own metaphor, boiled mutton with no caper sauce. "How do you do it, Lucy?" she asked one night, or rather early one morning, when they had returned from a ball at a neighboring house. She had gone into Lucy's room to have her dress unlaced, and after the process she sat down on the bed and watched her sister brushing out her fleece of hair, which in the gaslight sparkled like gold thread. Certainly Lucy was very pretty, but there were other girls, quite plain girls, who also seemed to get on with their partners and to find interest and amusement in talking to them. How was it that she alone failed? So far as the actual dancing was concerned, Rose had not a lack of attention, for she danced well, better in fact than Lucy, and she danced with delight. It was the between times that baffled her, when she found a young man, perfect as a companion in a waltz, as a conversationalist in a secluded corner, absolutely impossible. "What do you talk about? When I look at you, you always seem to be chattering 19 to the dozen. What do you find to say?" "Oh, I don't know," returned Lucy. "What do people talk about?" "Nothing," declared Rose, tersely. "Well, I like talking about nothing. I'm not clever like you, and I'm glad. Men don't like clever women. Besides, it's not all talking." Lucy significantly dimpled and smiled at herself in the glass. "I'm not clever," declared Rose impatiently, stamping her foot. "But I can't see anything that could amuse a codfish in conversation with a young man who says, 'How many dances have you been to this season?' I suppose you've been to the Academy. Have you seen the Mikado?' And then when you say you have been to the Academy or seen the Mikado, and you try to talk about them, he says, 'Oh yes, an awful lot of pictures, what?' And that's all, till your next partner begins. 'Been to many dances this season? What?' And the idiocy goes on all over again." Rose's mimicry of young Dallow and his like was perfect, and Lucy laughed. "Yes, they begin like that," she allowed, "but then comes the flirtation." "What do you call flirtation?" asked Rose. "The sort of boring stuff Charlie Graham tried on with me this evening, I suppose?" "Oh, I say, you might give me that flower you've got in your hair. It's a rose, isn't it? And your name's Rose, isn't it? Funny thing, what? Anyhow, it'll always remind me of you, don't you know?" And then when I asked him how he managed if girls' names didn't happen to correspond with the names of the flowers in their hair, he stared at me like a cross baby and said he supposed I was laughing at him and I was much too deep for him. Then he immediately took me back to Cousin Gertrude and bowed like a penny wooden toy and never asked me for another dance. "Oh, of course, if you don't like flirtation," exclaimed Lucy, smiling again at herself in the glass. "And that's only the beginning of it," she murmured. "If that's flirtation, I don't," declared Rose emphatically, ignoring the last words. "I can imagine it being very amusing, though," she went on after a moment. "A sort of game of wits. I believe I could write a very good verbal flirtation," she added, meditatively. Lucy turned round and regarded her sister with critical attention. "Of course you don't get on with young men. You talk in a way they don't understand. What was that you said just now? Verbal flirtation or something? Half of them wouldn't know what you meant, and anyhow they'd think you were giving yourself airs. I don't, because you always have talked like that. At any rate, since you went to Minerva House. Rose opened her eyes wide in genuine astonishment. I didn't know I talked differently from other people, she exclaimed. Certainly most of the men we meet don't talk at all, so one can't judge. Lucy began to plait her hair, humming under her breath the refrain of the Myosotis waltz, and Rose gave a long sigh. I shall never get on in society, she said, in a discouraged tone. It's nothing but a waste of time and money for me to be here. It's 3:00, returned Lucy, as the chimes from a neighboring church clock cut into the silence. She yawned. Good night. I'm sure you could get on better if you tried, she added, rather patronizingly. You dance so well, and you have a very good figure. That dress suits you, too. Wear it at the Churchills' party next week. Rose heard 6:00 strike before she slept. She felt sore, not a little depressed, and altogether out of it, as she dejectedly told herself. If this was society, she certainly did not suit it, and if not, where did she belong? Not, as she now shrewdly suspected, to the Fergurson circle of arid intellectuals. Recalling them, she feared they would now bore her almost, if not quite as much, as the Charlie Grahams of her present acquaintance, or of the county people of the type she met at home, a type of which Geoffrey Winter, poor Geoffrey, was the best example. And yet, paradoxically, she had every wish to be popular with all of them, to be as successful as Lucy everywhere appeared. Rose sighed as she thought of her sister's beauty, even though she had never been, and was not now, jealous of Lucy. Accustomed all her life to hearing Lucy admired, she regarded her good looks as a family asset, and was proud of them. At Minerva House she had always boasted that her little sister was prettier than any girl in the school, and now when she entered a ballroom it was a matter of congratulation to her that Lucy compared favorably with any of the beauties of the season. It was only that prettiness was such an easy passport to favor. Just before she slept, when the sunshine was streaming through the blinds, it occurred to her that she might go and call upon Miss Fergurson, who during the absence of her brother and her niece remained to keep house at home. The idea pleased her. She had liked Aunt Aggie, and at any rate it would be a change from the sort of life she was beginning to detest. Lady Gertrude drove her to the Fergursons' door next day, promising to call for her at 5 after a visit to a dressmaker, and Rose, who had learned from the parlour-maid that Miss Fergurson was at home, was ushered into a well-remembered sitting-room where the mouse-like lady sat knitting as though for 3 or 4 years she had not moved. She got up with a soft exclamation of pleasure when Rose entered, and looked her up and down with kindly eyes. The lassie has grown up, she observed, bringing for tea. Rose sat down by the little old lady, feeling happy and at home, and for the first 10 minutes the talk was only of Helen and the professor, whose health still gave cause for anxiety. And your news, my dear? Asked Aunt Aggie presently. I hear you're in the midst of all the gaiety. I suppose so. It's not very gay for me, returned Rose. In 2 minutes, half humorously, half dolefully, she was pouring out to Miss Fergurson the history of her social failure. The old lady looked at her a moment over her spectacles without speaking, when she paused on a hopeless gesture. Did you ever try talking to those laddies about themselves? She inquired at length. No, said Rose, astonished. I never get to know them well enough. My dear, you cannot know a man too little to begin on that subject, replied Miss Fergurson, her eyes twinkling. Rose laughed. I'll try it, she promised. Do, lassie. You'll find it works like magic, and they'll say you're a true woman. And indeed you will be, she added. And you'll get some interest and amusement out of it for yourself, my dear, pending the time when you meet the people that really suit you. Shall I ever? Asked Rose. I know it sounds awfully superior, she added hastily, and I don't mean that a bit, because no doubt it's my fault, but all my life there have only been two people I've really got on with, a grown-up friend who died and Helen. And now you," she added, with a smile that made her charming. "And Helen only suits one side of you," asserted Miss Fergurson in her quiet voice as she counted her stitches. Rose started, realizing for the first time, with a feeling like disloyalty, that this might be true. "I'm not denying that you are a difficult lassie," the old lady went on, with her queer, humorous smile, and no further allusion to her previous remark. "But you'll find yourself in time, never fear. Have you seen this photograph of Helen?" she added after a moment. "No," exclaimed Rose, all eagerness. "It's a new one." "Oh, she does look different." She gazed with wonder at the picture of Helen in a fashionable ball dress and glanced half inquiringly from the photograph to Helen's aunt. "Yes, she's altered in many ways, as I thought she would," was Miss Fergurson's placid rejoinder to the unexpressed question in Rose's eyes. If she had been going to say more, the words were interrupted by the entrance of a visitor in whom Rose immediately recognized Mrs. Cathcart, the wife of the burly, loud-voiced man once compared by Miss Fergurson to a bull in a china shop. After one puzzled glance, and before her hostess could speak, the lady put out her hand to Rose with a pleased smile. "You are Rose. I forgot your other name, but you were Helen's little friend. I expect you've forgotten me." "No, the last time I saw you was after John Deering spoke here nearly 4 years ago," replied Rose, "and you said goodbye to me." "You hear? John Deering," repeated Mrs. Cathcart, turning to Miss Fergurson. "Everyone says John Deering now. It's almost a household word. Yet that evening most of us were asking his name. I suppose you've been to hear him speak, my dear. I haven't forgotten how thrilled you were at the meeting here." She smiled kindly, and Rose thought she must remember the parting words they had exchanged on that occasion. "No," she said, "I'm staying with my cousin, and there's not much time." "Rose is doing the London season," observed Miss Fergurson, passing her new guest a cup of tea. Mrs. Cathcart looked interested. "And enjoying it hugely, no doubt," she observed. "Oh, yes," agreed Rose hurriedly. "But I should like to hear John Deering speak," she added. "He's addressing some working people at Hoxton next week. I wonder if you could spare an evening to go with me." "Oh, I should love it," Rose exclaimed excitedly. "I don't believe we're doing anything next Friday, and if we are, I'll try to get out of it." "It's a tribute to John Deering that a young lady in her first season should be willing to give up a party for him," declared Mrs. Cathcart, laughing. "How these young people grow up and grow frivolous, don't they, Miss Fergurson? Helen, too. I never should have thought that Helen would care much for gaiety, but she's insatiable." "I haven't seen her for ages, not since we left school," Rose said. "And in her photograph she looks different." "She has altered. She's prettier. No, that's not the word. More beautiful than she was. But she's not quite the old Helen." She turned again to Miss Fergurson, who had resumed her knitting. "On the contrary, it is the old Helen, the very oldest Helen of all. I've known her since she was a baby, remember?" Her quiet smile vehemently stirred Rose's curiosity, but she waited for Mrs. Cathcart to speak. "And Helen as I knew her, from 12 to 16 or thereabout," she began. "A phase. Girls are impressionable." There was a pause. "She is a devoted daughter," said Mrs. Cathcart. "Yes, she would make sacrifices for her father." Miss Fergurson's even tone conveyed nothing but just what her words implied, and just as the conversation turned upon the professor's health, the maid entered to say the carriage was waiting for Miss Cottingham. "May I come again?" Rose asked of her hostess. "And may I write to you about next Friday?" she added, addressing Mrs. Cathcart, who searched in her handbag and found a card. The two women watched her as she ran down the steps and got into the Victoria, a slight, peculiarly girlish figure in spite of a certain air of distinction which already made her something of a personality. She looked a slip of a thing, white-clad and frail, beside the portly lady in black silk and waving plumes who almost filled the carriage. As it drove away, Miss Fergurson turned to her guest. Can you imagine Rose getting on with what that woman represents? She asked in her demure voice. The child interests me, said Mrs. Cathcart. She ought to get on somewhere. Even as a schoolgirl once felt there was something about her, some power, a personality, but whether a successful one, I don't know. Probably not. It will depend upon the setting, Miss Fergurson replied. My dear, next Friday is out of the question, Lady Gertrude was saying to Rose. Why, it's the night of the Churchills' dance. Besides, I don't know anything about your friend's friend. In any case, you can't go on Friday. Protest was unavailing, and Rose was obliged to send a note to Mrs. Cathcart, begging her, if possible, to suggest another evening when John Deering would again be speaking. During the days that intervened between her visit to Miss Fergurson and the Churchills' dance, she thought constantly of Helen and of Miss Fergurson's enigmatic remarks. Which was the real Helen, she wondered, the graceful, fashionable woman of the world as shown in the photograph, or the intellectual, rather disdainful girl she remembered? Or was there a real Helen at all? If people were very complex, and Helen was certainly that, there might perhaps be no fixed personality, but merely a succession of phases. Rose sighed. The idea of Helen as a succession of phases saddened and troubled her. At the moment she felt as firm and consistent as a granite rock, herself. Whatever happened, entirely forgetting the many phases through which in a few months she herself had passed, phases each differing from her momentary present self as completely as they differed from one another. End of chapter 24, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown.
Chapter 25 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ashley Crossman. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. Finding Her World. It was in her most pessimistic and rebellious mood that Rose dressed for the Churchills' dance the following Friday. She resented, for one thing, her enforced absence from John Deering's meeting, and moreover, a chance reference to a notebook had reminded her that this was the opening day of the examination she had missed. "What will Mademoiselle wear?" inquired Lady Gertrude's maid, who had been sent to help the girls, and finding Lucy unable to decide between two equally becoming frocks, had come with the patience of despair to Rose's room. "I don't care in the least," said Rose, who was listlessly doing her hair. The matter thus simplified, Marie swiftly fastened her into the dress she herself preferred as the most becoming to her favorite of the two young demoiselles, and with scarcely a look at the glass, Rose went downstairs to wait for Lucy and her cousin. Marie had an eye for effect. Nothing could have suited Rose better than the brilliant coloring of the Paris dress she had selected. Unaware that she was looking her best, a fact which ordinarily would have elated her, Rose sat by the open window in the twilight and gave herself up to bitter reflections, which the entrance of Lucy and a simultaneous turning up of the lights did nothing to dispel. Lucy all smiles, a really lovely white and gold vision. Lucy obviously without a care in the world. This, she reflected, was the heartbroken young woman for whom she had sacrificed her ambitions and condemned herself to months of boredom. She anathematized herself as a fool. "Don't be so lively, Rose. You let your spirits run away with you," exclaimed Lucy once, during the drive through squares and streets where in the summer dusk the lights began to glitter. Lady Gertrude laughed consumedly. She considered Lucy very amusing and could not understand Rose's superior reputation as a wit. "Why, you absurd child, Rose looks as though she were going to a funeral," she declared. "I am," said Rose, thinking of her buried hopes. "What on earth do you mean? Here we are!" exclaimed Lucy in the same breath, as the carriage stopped before a lighted entrance. "We've never been to the Churchills before, have we? I do hope the floor will be good." It was, and as Rose stepped upon its polished surface and heard the first strains of a waltz, her mood unconsciously changed. She looked about her curiously as she and Lucy followed Lady Gertrude towards their hostess, and a first glance made her suspect that here was a rather different set of people from the vacuous crowd to which of late she had grown resigned. The people looked interesting, she decided, and some of the men, at any rate, were not of the species that nightly thronged the stalls at a musical comedy. "It's quite an informal little party, as you see," Mrs. Churchill was assuring Lady Gertrude. "But sometimes they're the most fun, aren't they? And we have some good dancers." She was a young and beautiful woman of a type unfamiliar to Rose, who looked at her with interest and the thrill of a sudden new sensation. She was like an orchid, she thought, a splendid white orchid with scarlet leaves, beautiful but uncanny with her colorless skin, her flaming hair, and her eyes obviously darkened under the lower lids. She was dressed fantastically, too, in floating gauze of dim purple girdled with gold, and she spoke in a languid, thick, but rather sweet voice, laying her hand at the same moment with a familiar movement on the arm of a young man who was waiting to address her. "Here is one of them." She murmured an introduction which included the two girls, and drifted away. "I hope you can give me a dance." Rose caught the same languid ring in the voice of the man who held out his hand for her card as that she had noticed in the voice of her hostess, and as she glanced up at him a vague, puzzling memory stirred. She saw a strikingly good-looking young man of 3 or 24, with a graceful figure and a face which struck her as being rather cultivatedly effeminate, clean-shaven, fair as a girl's. He had a thick crop of smooth, carefully arranged, dark auburn hair, and large, clear eyes the color of amber. The hands which held her card were delicate, long-fingered and white, and he moved them in a curious, studied way which amused yet fascinated her. "I've taken this one," he said. "Let us give the room an exhibition of our skill while the night is yet young and the floor empty." His smile, at once gay, audacious, and nonchalant, again fascinated Rose before he swept her towards the middle of the shining floor. They danced in silence. Rose, who was fastidious, having no fault to find with a perfect partner, and while the room slid around her in a delicious haze of light and color, a memory darted into her brain. She had danced with this man before, but then her toes had scarcely touched the ground, and she had been thankful to escape from his embarrassing presence. "I've grown," she thought with an inward chuckle. "Both ways, I suppose, because now I don't want to escape." "You dance so beautifully that I should like to know your name," the young man observed when the music ceased and he was leading her towards an inner room. "For future reference?" inquired Rose demurely, replying to a humorous note in his remark, which saved it from impertinence. "Certainly. I will make a note of it against every other waltz you will give me." "Then there's a chance that you won't forget it again, though you've heard it before." "Never," he protested. "You have hitherto concealed yourself from me in the most barbarous manner." "I have danced with you before," replied Rose with a teasing laugh. "And your name is Colquhoun, Jack Colquhoun," she added rather shyly. "If you gathered that from Mrs. Churchill's method of introduction, you're even more of a witch than you look. And as to having danced with you before, firmly, I repeat, never. The one thing I don't make a point of forgetting in life is a perfect experience." "Then I must have improved in my dancing." "Do tell me," he urged, relapsing into a tone of absurd childlike entreaty. "First your name." "Rose Cottingham. And I danced with you when I was 14, at your mother's house, and I was so shy that I wished I had never been born." I remember," he agreed vivaciously, with a sudden abandonment of the languid manner. "I'd been watching you, and there was a portentous old woman present with a double chin who looked like a public building." "The schoolmarm," quoted Rose. "My schoolmarm, Miss Quayle." "How are your sisters, Frances and Katie?" "Both at the Slade, both talking art, both considering themselves very much in the movement." He smiled tolerantly, and moved his hands with an affected but rather charming gesture she had previously remarked. "What movement?" asked Rose innocently, and then, in reply to his expression of mock horror and amaze, she added, blushing, "I suppose I'm very silly, but I live in the country, you see." "Forgive me," said Colquhoun blandly, "but I can't believe it." "Why not?" "Because you look a mondaine, and a mondaine of the newest type. You must know that you're exactly like a Beardsley." You do know it, don't you? Again, his tone became childlike. If I knew what a Beardsley was, I might tell you. Colquhoun clasped his hands together. It's a genuine case, I believe, he murmured. You really don't know that London has become a nest, if not of singing birds, of budding geniuses? No, said Rose, laughing. Are you one? Certainly. I lie in bed till 12, attend Mrs. Churchill's tea parties all the afternoon, meet her again in the evening, and talk French literature till 2 in the morning, in the midst of another constellation. What further proof do you require? Mrs. Churchill is lovely, in a curious way, said Rose, watching her hostess as she crossed the ballroom with an attendant string of young men. It's the new way. We're all doing it. But what are you doing? She demanded insistently, disregarding the weary mockery of his tone. Besides talking art jargon and French literature, I mean. Do tell me. I live in a place where no one knows anything, and no one cares to know, and though I'm up for the season, my cousin isn't in this sort of set. She waved her hand vaguely. We're here by mistake, just by chance, and I feel the difference, and it interests me so much. Do tell me about it. She looked at him with the eager, questioning eyes of a child who will not be gainsaid, nor put off by fooling, and the young man laughed, as one laughs and obeys the insistence of a child. Well, we really seem to be waking up to the fact that we can do something in art, and we have some good men, you know, writers and black and white artists, and so on, men who will make some sort of name, and we're all very young and very conceited and cocksure, which is just as it should be. And we talk a lot of rot with some sense in it, and we're all nicely affected and precious, with pretty women like Mrs. Churchill, and 2 or 3 others to spoil us and make centres for mutual admiration and everlasting talk. But something may come of it. There are all sorts of new ideas in the air. Have you seen Beardsley's poster, for instance? Rose shook her head. Poster? Do you mean a street advertisement? Yes. Instead of the beastly things that have been done so far, you understand, there are other men working that vein too. And have you heard of the Puce Quarterly? Well, you will. It's just going to be started, with a whole crowd of new people. Contributors. Are any of them here? Asked Rose eagerly. Yes, I'm one. There's another, that clean-shaven little man over there with the exquisite clothes, Julius Bertram. He's quite brilliant. I'd like to introduce him to you. I should be afraid of him. I can't pretend as I ought that he would be afraid of you, because Julius has the assurance of an iced cucumber, but he's also got the manners of a sucking dove. You needn't be alarmed. And you write too? Rose looked at him with odd respect. Oh, yes, just attempts at a new form, you know. But it's rather amusing, he returned airily. I'm supposed to be a barrister between whiles, but that's by the world forgetting and by me forgot. I want you to look at Harwood Dix, because he's the man who's out to épater la bourgeoisie. We all try the game, more or less, but he makes them rage more furiously than the rest of us. He doesn't look as though he could dance, said Rose dubiously, looking with interest at the loose-jointed, pale, sandy-haired man her companion indicated. And he is in an evening dress. Harwood Dix dancing, and an evening dress, would be a spectacle for the gods. I expect he's just come away from a Fabian meeting to report himself to Mrs. Churchill, who likes to imagine she drags him at her chariot wheels. He'll be off in 10 minutes. Here comes Julius. I want you to know him. Rose found herself responding to a courtly bow from a cherubic-faced, bland youth with a single eyeglass suspended from a piece of black ribbon, who a moment later was making hieroglyphics upon the program she tendered him. At the moment, Mrs. Churchill came up to dispose of 2 or 3 more of the train of men constantly in attendance upon her. The evening, beginning well for Rose, developed into what she delightedly recognized as a real success. These men interested and amused her. New as to her was their way of talking. She liked their occasional witty levity, and quickly accepted the paradox as it was cultivated and cherished amongst them. With a little practice, she thought, she too could talk like that. With Julius Bertram and Jack Colquhoun, especially, she could even now hold her own in conversation, and in her turn amuse them. The new atmosphere in which she found herself pleased, excited her, and stirred her curiosity. It was as though she had exchanged flat beer and pewter mugs for champagne served in sparkling slender glasses, and that there was something besides the foam and froth on the surface of the goblets, she was dimly aware. Beneath the affectations, the rather studied levity, and the straining after-effect evinced by these people, she realized a keenness, an enthusiasm, a real love for the art whose varied aspects they glibly discussed in terms often to her unintelligible. This night, in contrast to others which had so often dragged, fled like the fairy tale ball night of Cinderella, and when wrapped in her white cloak she stood at the carriage door, she was amazed to find it already dawn. Jack Colquhoun had followed her out onto the awning-shaded pavement. "We must meet again, much and often," he declared. "My mother would like to call on you, I'm sure. We must arrange something. I'll send you the book with the Beardsley frontispiece tomorrow, and you must compare it with your own reflection in the glass. Au revoir." He was still holding her hand when Lady Gertrude, followed by Lucy, came down the steps. "Who is that young man?" asked her cousin, settling into the carriage with a rustle of draperies and a prolonged yawn. "You've been dancing with him rather too much, my dear." Rose, bright-eyed and eager, plunged into the explanation concerning their former meeting, and was interrupted by Lucy. "Do be quiet and let me go to sleep," she urged querulously. "I should like to have come away hours ago. It was the dullest dance I've ever been to. I didn't like anybody." "What's all the world to me? Robin's not there," quoted Lady Gertrude, in arch allusion to a promising flirtation with Lucy as heroine, upon which circumstance she was building great hopes for the future of the younger Miss Cottingham. "Dull," echoed Rose. "Why, I enjoyed it awfully. I should like it all over again." She gave a little excited laugh, and Lucy, tired and listless, looked with annoyance at her sister's bright eyes and radiant face. "You always get on with people who think themselves clever," she remarked. "I thought it was a horrid set. Didn't you, Cousin Gertrude? I hate that Mrs. Churchill. Affected and made-up thing. And all the men were affected and stupid, too." "Stupid? That's the last thing you could say of them," retorted Rose hotly. "It's what I call stupid, anyhow. Don't you, Cousin Gertrude?" "I don't like the tone of the house," replied Lady Gertrude in her best oracular manner. "Mrs. Churchill's acquaintance is one I shall make a point of dropping. I understand that she goes in for Bohemian society. I'm sorry now that I took you girls there." "And I'm very glad," declared Rose. "If that's Bohemian society, I like it better than the kind we're supposed to mix with. At least one isn't bored." "Speak for yourself," retorted Lucy, yawning. "You're always in opposition." The quarrel was interrupted by their arrival at their own door, and Rose ran into the house and upstairs, without again speaking to her cousin or to Lucy. She forgot them, indeed, in satisfaction caused by her own appearance when she threw off her cloak before the glass, for her eyes were so big and bright that they startled her into the belief that she looked really pretty. Anyhow, for the first time this season, she had been a success, a real success, and moreover, she had found the sort of people she wanted. "I knew they must exist somewhere," she told herself exultingly, as she wrestled with the lacing at the back of her dress. "And I must find out all about the things and people they discuss, and read the books, and see the pictures. I wonder whether I shall like the frontispiece he talks about." He, standing for Jack Colquhoun. "I do hope he won't forget to send it," was her characteristically diffident afterthought. She fell asleep at last in the carefully darkened room, and a throng of confused memories haunted her dreams, in which were spoken names that seemed significant. Oscar Wilde, Beardsley, Arthur Symonds, Max someone. She could not remember all of them. They were names to which belonged vague shapes which eluded her, shapes evoked by illusions, and scraps of descriptions all hazy and incoherent, floating, as it were, on the tide of new impressions which flooded her half-conscious mind. Marie, with her breakfast tray, roused her about 10:30, and she sat up in bed feeling happy and excited. The sunshine which poured into the room when the maid drew the curtains seemed in every sense of the word to usher in a new day, a day of new interests and utterly new sensations. These fair promises were unfulfilled. It was the last week of the season, and though throughout the week Rose watched for every post for the expected book from Jack Colquhoun, It did not come, and she was left to make bitter reflections on the perfidy of man and her own lack of power to make any real impression on anyone, except Joffrey. Of him she thought with quite irrational impatience. She supposed he had got over it. Anyhow, she didn't care. Joffrey had passed out of her life like a dull, uncomfortable dream. Lucy and Cousin Gertrude were busied from morning till night with preparations for a country house visit, in which Rose had no concern, since she had declined the invitation more or less perfunctorily extended to herself. Letters of grave import had lately passed between Lady Gertrude and Mrs. Lester, and Lucy's visit to the Hamiltons' shooting box in Scotland, with her cousins as chaperone, had been carefully arranged with a view to bringing a titled young gentleman to the point. "It will be a splendid match for her," wrote Cousin Gertrude exultingly, "and it's almost a sure thing if they are thrown together, as they will be in a house party. I have made all inquiries, and the other girls don't count. Sissy Hamilton is as keen on it as I am, so the thing is as good as settled. Sissy has asked Rose, of course, but she doesn't seem to care about going, and as she doesn't get on very well with the Hamiltons, she is wise to refuse. She has written to tell them she's going to France for a year. This, of course, after the receipt of your letter offering to send her there at once if she pleased. I confess I don't understand Rose. She only makes friends with people that Lucy and I don't like. Of course they are people we know, but not the most desirable of our acquaintances. She is engaged to go out tonight with a Mrs. Cathcart, a friend of those Fergursons with whom she stayed as a schoolgirl, and as there seems to be no valid reason against it, I have satisfied myself that Mrs. Cathcart is a fit associate. I have given my consent. But there's no doubt about it. Rose is a strange girl. I cannot tell you how pretty Lucy is looking just now. Wherever she goes, she creates a sensation, and if my young Lord Robert doesn't make use of his opportunities during the next month, he's a greater fool than he seems. Anyhow, with 3 of us to manage it, he ought not to escape." On the evening that Lady Gertrude posted her letter, Rose was driven to St. John's Wood in time for an early dinner with Mrs. Cathcart before a meeting which John Deering was to address at a hall in Camden Town. Between her first enthusiastic acceptance of Mrs. Cathcart's suggestion and the night of its realization, Rose's ardor had cooled, and only a sense of politeness forced her to keep an engagement which, though made with considerable trouble on both sides, had now to her at least become something of a bore. Throughout the drive to Mrs. Cathcart's modest little house near the Swiss Cottage station, her mind was full of the glimpse she had obtained of an enchanted world in which she longed to enter. It was as though through a chink in a door she had seen streams of sparkling light and had heard the sound of laughter and of dancing feet. Even though the door had been shut in her face, she was disinclined to enter another which would disclose rows of dull grey working folk, and in their midst a strenuous preacher. She did not want to listen to John Deering. It was laughter and gay talk she wanted to hear. It was Jack Colquhoun and Julius Bertram and Mrs. Churchill, with her strange white face and flaming hair and graceful, indolent movements she wanted to watch and admire. And instead, she was going to sit through a speech to working men, and a few days later be shut up in a dull, foreign town, in the company of 2 old ladies with whom she would have the privilege of talking French from morning till night. Rose chafed and raged at the prospect, to which the alternative was a return to the manor house and a repetition of deadly monotonous days and months already endured. How was it that she could capture and hold fast nothing, not even a fraction of the gaiety, the interest, the excitement of life? Nothing of life except fleeting glimpses to be withdrawn, came her way. Jack Colquhoun had never written, and the hope she had entertained of having made an impression proved itself by that fact, the imbecile dream of a hopelessly unattractive girl. She felt sore, humiliated, and almost too irritable to reply to the coachman's question as to the hour at which he should be in attendance after the meeting. Mrs. Cathcart's welcome indeed shamed her into a semblance of graciousness, but it was secretly in the same black mood that after a journey by omnibus she took her place in the lecture-room. Here was all the dullness she had expected, and in her present state of mind would have been disappointed not to have recognized. The rows of dingy people, the murky light, the sound of Cockney voices, the fidgeting, shuffling, and coughing of a drab-colored crowd in a heated, malodorous atmosphere. Rose set her teeth and trembled with impatience, while she wondered if she dared to feign illness as a means of escape. And then a cheer which startled her into self-forgetfulness broke from the crowded house, a cheer of real enthusiasm. No perfunctory shout, but the cheer of welcome from people who are stirred, admiring, grateful. Men sprang from their seats, waving hats and caps. Women fluttered handkerchiefs, and Rose found her heart beating with the communicated excitement of a great, highly strung crowd. When the tumult subsided, when men and women at last had resumed their seats, a silence as impressive as the cheering fell with dramatic suddenness, and for the first time Rose was able to see the man who had caused both demonstrations. She recognized him at once, though he had broadened, grown bigger in every way, she thought, and there was little trace in him now of the boyishness she remembered. Dimly she felt that the change was a moral rather than a physical one, for Daring was still slight and graceful rather than powerful in figure, and he was handsomer than ever. It was not so much that he had changed physically, as that he had evidently found himself, had established, at least over the audiences he was accustomed to address, a spiritual ascendancy. He began to speak, and Rose listened, breathless. Again, as at a former time when she had listened, a great industrial crisis had arisen, and working men were once more waging a bitter struggle against the employer. Once more, as when almost a child, she was carried away, swept off her feet, hypnotized by the power of oratory. The low, growling murmurs of assent from the crowd, the sharp, ringing cheers which punctuated the pauses in his speech, seemed to her like the thunder and lightning in some furious, terrifying, exciting storm. Only when the final shouting and cries of "Daring! Daring!" had subsided, and through a struggling mass of excited people she and Mrs. Cathcart had pushed their way out of the hall, did Rose draw a deep breath of relief from tension. She was so pale that from time to time her companion glanced at her anxiously. They had turned into a side street to look for the brougham which Lady Gertrude had insisted upon sending for Rose. "Well, you were interested?" she asked superfluously, when the coachman had caught sight of them and was drawing up to the curb. "Oh," exclaimed Rose on a long sigh. I don't know. I must think," she added incoherently, hurrying into the carriage as though for shelter. It was only when Rogers was shutting the door that she remembered in her confusion to ask if she might drive her companion home, an offer which Mrs. Cathcart, with a smiling shake of the head, refused. "I can get an omnibus just round the corner," Rose heard her say, and was glad a second later to lose sight of her. She wanted to be alone. She thought she wanted to think, though in reality it was to feel, and she was thankful to discover on her return to Chatsworth Square that her cousin and Lucy, taking advantage of an off night, had gone to bed. Till the dawn light began to steal from behind the curtains she lay awake, now staring rigidly into the darkness, now tossing and turning in her comfortable bed, too excited to rest. Once more, as when she was a child, she had been stirred to the depths by a man's flaming words. Tonight, contrasting them with other words she had recently heard, echoes from a world of which a few hours previously she would have given her soul to be a citizen, she told herself that these were as mere sounding brass and tinkling cymbals. The world in which John Deering walked proudly like a king, the world in which he fought for suffering men and women, freed them from bondage, and made them shout like the sons of God for joy, was the true kingdom, the kingdom to which henceforth she would belong. It was in this exalted mood that she slept at last, waking late to a gray day of rain, and a sense of flatness and depression. Gaieties were over for the season, and there remained nothing but packing and preparation for the departure of the household. Lucy and Cousin Gertrude for the Highlands, and Rose, under the escort of Mademoiselle Leblanc, for Tours. Mademoiselle Amie Leblanc was paying her annual visit to London, and it had been arranged that Rose should meet her and leave for France before her cousin's house was finally closed for the summer. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Debbie Cline, Omaha. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. Chapter 26. A Story Takes Shape. The time in France entered upon in a spirit of dull resignation, proved one of the happiest in her life. Almost at once Rose was taken to the hearts of Mesdemoiselles Amie and Clotilde Leblanc, two gentle, aristocratic spinsters, whose little old house in the heart of the old city was a miracle of dainty cleanliness and well-ordered repose. It was with trepidation that the sisters had agreed to take into their quiet household a young girl fresh from the excitements of the London season, and Rose's content seemed to them little short of miraculous. It would have still more amazed them had they known how very little of the London season she had really enjoyed, and how gratefully she responded to the peace which breathed from their quiet lives, a peace which for her held no disappointments, no humiliating sense of failure. She was not only content, she was actively happy in an atmosphere of love and approval hitherto unknown to her, and the endearing epithets showered upon her by the maiden ladies would have caused Mrs. Lester to laugh sardonically, she who had known a different Rose. She was their little sunshine, l'oiseau qui chantait, their white rose with the golden heart. They exhausted themselves in the manufacture of fanciful similes, waxed lyrical over her perfections, and Rose laughed and amused them with her light-hearted raillery, and flattered them by her enthusiastic response to their affection. In their eyes, not only could she do no wrong, but all that pertained to her intellectually as well as morally savored of perfection. They held up their hands in amazement and delight at the purity of her French accent, the correctness of her speech in their own tongue, and would take no heed of Rose's tribute to the excellence of the teaching of her former governess, Mademoiselle Latouche. Mais non! Mais non! They exclaimed in concert. The little Lucy had the same teacher, and her accent was bad, terrible. And she was careless, mon Dieu, but careless. She had not your intelligence. She is destitute of your brains. It is not only we, but the professors, who bear testimony to the intelligence of Mademoiselle. Rose, in short, was thoroughly spoilt by the good sisters, who lavished upon her all their frustrated maternal emotion, and the experience of being demonstratively loved and admired was good for her. It restored her self-confidence. It seemed to put her right with the world. Life became very simple, very pleasant to Rose in that quaint, peaceful house, and she grew to love the daily routine, which left her plenty of free time for occupations unconnected with her study of French. After hours spent in attending lectures at the Institut and in reading with Mademoiselle Amie, the femme savante of the sisters, she was her own mistress, and her thoughts turned at first to the idea of taking up her interrupted work for the examination, now a year distant. She tried, but failed, partly because she had not the right books for the course, partly because of a restlessness, a craving to do something else, something as yet so undefined that its insistence worried and perplexed her. It was during this period of comparative idleness that Mademoiselle Amie became confidential on the subject of La Petite Lucie. She and her sister, she avowed, had of course been fond of the little Lucy. Was she not young and pretty, and in short charming? But, enfin, la petite had given a great cause for anxiety. There were young men, but always young men. One could not keep them away, and the little Lucy had encouraged them beyond all the bounds of what was convenable in the jeune fille. She had also been clandestine in her behavior. There was, for example, the young student, Georges Martinet, to whom she had secretly written, and with whom she had made appointments that escaped the vigilance of Mesdemoiselles Amies and Clotilde. It was for him, for his sake, that the little Lucy had affected so great a longing for improvement in the French language as to induce her honored grandmother to consent to her sojourn in Tours till Christmas of last year. Figure to yourself. And we, continued the scandalized lady, we were innocent of the true cause till the mother of the young gentleman called upon us, and with fury denounced the behavior of cette jeune fille. Then, what tears, what supplications! The heart of Lucy was broken. For a fortnight she cried, day and night, and we lacked the determination to be stern, as she deserved, and gave her the promise she desired, not to acquaint Madame la Grande-Mère. It was weak. But what would you? We feared an illness. However, Mademoiselle Amies shrugged her shoulders. In a week from then she was gay once more. Riante, she had forgotten. I tell you this in confidence, naturally, chérie, and never must it reach to Madame la Grande-Mère. But I fear for the child. Yes, I fear. Mademoiselle hesitated and dropped her voice to a whisper. Lucy has not the heart pure, she sorrowfully asserted. She is not by nature chaste, as a young girl should be chaste and innocent. It is a hard thing to say, but alas, I fear it is true. Now you, my Rose, you are different. One sees it in those clear eyes that occupy themselves only in regarding the intellectual, the spiritual. You are pure. You are innocent. Pray to God, my child, that He may keep you in that holy state. Rose blushed as memories crowded upon her, memories of thoughts and emotions, a hint of which would make Mademoiselle Amies shrink from her with incredulous horror. But even while she blushed, she remembered these thoughts, these emotions with amazement. How could she ever have experienced them? They seemed now so remote, so impossible, to her present mood of calm indifference to the passionate side of life. When she was alone, she reflected, with a sort of bitter amusement, upon the confidences of Mademoiselle Amies. Previously then, only a few weeks in fact, before her desperate love for Geoffrey, Lucy's heart had been broken and healed. She had forgotten Geoffrey as she had forgotten the student in less than a month, and now every day Rose was expecting to hear of her engagement to young Lord Robert Glenkirk. It was a mad world. Rose, who was half-heartedly examining the syllabus for the higher local, pushed that and her books away from her with an impatient gesture. She had no heart to begin again work that ought already to be over and bearing its fruit. And this result would have been achieved if only she had not been such a fool. Such a silly, sentimental fool. Gradually, as the summer days went on, the unformulated craving that worried her took shape and resolved itself into a desire to write. It was long since she had tried any creative work, and at first she fumbled, playing with the sort of fantastic ideas which had pleased her as a child, and were now, when it came to their shaping, thin and unsatisfactory. She spoiled much paper and groped blindly for what she wanted, till one day light broke, and she found she wanted to write something real. Unknown to herself, she was now considerably better fitted for the task than a few months earlier would have been the case. She had done a great deal of thinking lately, and unconsciously she had to some extent reviewed her life, seen it, so to speak, objectively, and from the more or less impartial standpoint of an observer. When, for instance, she thought of her visit to London, it was in some curious way another girl who had gone to dances and been bored, amused, or critical. Another girl who had listened to and been stirred by John Daring's speech, and fascinated by the conversation of Jack Colquhoun and Julius Bertram. It was only when her thoughts turned to another and very frequent subject for meditation, that of the money presently to come to her, that she became Rose Cottingham, perplexed, chaotic, uncertain how to deal with new conditions of existence. That difficulty, however, lay outside the realm of her retrospection, and it was the past about which she felt impelled to write. At the top of the house there was a roof garden, a tiny but charming place, tiled, arched over with a bower of morning glories, and bordered by flowering oleanders in big gray pots. Here, with a view between pink and white blossoms of fantastic roofs and chimneys, and the green country beyond, Rose began her novel, for her own pleasure, and because she must. Profoundly difficult at first, her interest grew when she found she could imagine a character whose outward circumstances were utterly unlike her own, but whose thoughts and emotions were hers, or at any rate had been hers. And as she wrote, she saw herself more and more dispassionately, objectively, as though she were contemplating some other person whose life nevertheless she understood with an intimate knowledge. She was very happy, very busy during those summer days in her little study amongst the chimney pots, and when winter came, in her own bedroom, where for her benefit the stove was always kept lighted. It was almost spring before she realized that winter had gone, and by the first days of spring the story was finished. The day on which she wrote the last word, fortunately, brought a letter from Helen, and this to some extent mitigated the sensation of blankness which, to her own surprise, enveloped her mind and heart, now that she had emerged perforce from a world in which, all unconsciously, she had been living with greater actuality than in the world bounded by tours. Helen had returned from Switzerland, but only for a few months. Before long, she wrote, she must return to Davos with her father, whose illness was now definitely ascribed to lung trouble. She begged to see the story, to which some time previously Rose had alluded, and because in her pity for Helen she could not bear to deny her anything, Rose, though unwillingly, sent her the manuscript. Now that it was finished, she felt desperately shy about her work, and regretted that she had taken even Helen into her confidence. From home there were also letters, enclosing cuttings from society papers fixing for June, the date of Lucy's marriage. The engagement had been made public during the previous autumn. "You will therefore return the first week in June," wrote Mrs. Lester in her usual peremptory strain. "Though this cuts off nearly 2 months from your year in France, if half I gather from somewhat gushing letters of Mademoiselle Leblanc is true, you seem to have little more to learn so far as the French language is concerned. I congratulate you upon the impression you seem to have made, and trust that it corresponds to fact." Rose threw down the letter with the old-remembered rush of anger and impatience. It brought the life at the manor house very near, and she had been so happy, so peaceful of late. If only she were already 21. Her French visit had been indeed, in every way, a happy experience, a time of emotional rest during which she had tasted the sweetness of affection unmixed with sarcasm and adverse criticism. Under its influence, she herself had sweetened, mellowed, and grown riper. Content had taken the place of dissatisfaction and bitterness of spirit. The past year, little as she knew it, was moreover a halting place from which passion and restlessness for the moment submerged. She had paused to look back on her childhood and her early girlhood. The next step on the journey would be towards maturity. End of chapter 26. Recording by Debbie Cline, Omaha.
Chapter 27 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schrimsher. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. Chapter 27. Accepted. She had sent her manuscript to Helen early in March, and beyond a postcard acknowledging its arrival for nearly a month, she had heard no more from her friend. As time went on without bringing a letter, Rose's apprehension grew, and with it her shamefaced regret for having sent the novel. Helen, of course, in her own phrase, considered it poor stuff, and was diffident about writing. It was, no doubt, poor stuff. The longer she thought of it, the more the glamour which at first had clung to its memory faded and left the inept little book stranded in the light of a very common, uninspiring day. Every time she remembered it, Rose became hot with shame. And when at last she saw a letter in Helen's handwriting on her plate at breakfast one morning, she grew hot and cold together. A rather bulky envelope addressed to her lay also on the table, but it was Helen's letter that she seized. After the first frightened glance, the color suddenly flamed into her face, and with a shout of triumph like a schoolboy's, she sprang up, waving the open sheets round her head. "Ma petite, what have you? What is it? Why are you thus excited?" babbled Mademoiselle Im and Mademoiselle Clotilde, thoroughly startled and alarmed. For answer, Rose rushed from one to another, embracing them in turn. "My book," she stammered. "My book! Helen took it to a publisher, and he likes it. And it's coming out quite soon as I've signed this." She fluttered a blue document before the mazed eyes of the spinsters, and once more embraced them rapturously. "Oh, but let me look once more," she added, on a note of frightened anxiety. "I may have read it wrong. But anyhow, here's the agreement and a letter from the publisher." It took fully half an hour to explain to the little French ladies that the writing about which Rose had always been vague and they incurious was a book, a roman, which had been accepted by a publisher très célèbre. And only when their kisses had been showered and their tears of excitement dried was Rose able to rush upstairs to the roof garden to reread her correspondence and endeavor to calm her own mind. Helen's letter was enthusiastic. "I got the book typed, your writing is awful, dearest, before I showed it to Father, who read it and to my delight said, 'Well, that's the real thing. That's vital stuff.' He took it himself at once to Bartlett, who kept it only 3 weeks, fancy that for a publisher, and then asked Father to come and see him. Bartlett is writing to you himself, and you will probably get the contract with this letter. Father has gone through the contract and thinks it's pretty fair for a first book, so you may sign it without feeling you're being done exactly, though of course it isn't half what you ought to have. And as you will see, Bartlett wants to get the book out at once. He thinks it might sell just because it's so original. And you'll be getting the proofs almost directly. Oh, Rose, I can't tell you how glad I am and how proud. It's always what I foretold, isn't it? Aunt Aggie is awfully pleased too, but of course she doesn't understand as Father and I do how really good the book is." In the midst of her elation and gratitude, Rose remembered that Helen had never appreciated Aunt Aggie, and she pictured suddenly the quiet smile with which Miss Fergurson would accept the imputation of a good heart and lack of intellect. It was curious that Helen, who was so clever, should in some ways be so little discerning. But Helen was a darling, a real darling. About that there was no mistake. The sky was bluer than it had ever been in the world before. The crocuses on the roof garden were blossoms in paradise. And all the earth was fair as she sat down to reply with trembling hands to a very cordial and appreciative letter from a well-known publisher, and to sign a contract that she did not in the least understand. By the middle of April, proofs were coming in thick and fast, forwarded in batches, the frequency of which taxed all her powers to deal with them before the next set arrived. And Rose never forgot the frightened thrill with which she saw for the first time her own words in print. They conveyed to her a sense of unreality, a profound conviction that she had never written them, so different, so alarming. They looked set down in cold type, robbed of their familiar appearance in her own untidy handwriting. She was seized with panic and obsessed by the beginner's instinct to rewrite her novel on the proof sheets. A politely expressed intimation from headquarters that her corrections were very heavy pulled her up short in her headlong attempt at demolition and rebuilding, and, the customary reaction setting in, she was now afraid to alter a word or to replace a stop. With inexpressible relief, yet trembling with apprehension, she posted the last pages of the most carefully and worst corrected proofs on record, and forced herself to realize that May had come, and in 3 weeks' time she would be at home. As yet, shyness, an immense reluctance to confess authorship to her grandmother, had kept her silent on the point in her letters to Mrs. Lester and to Lucy. And when a fortnight before her return a newspaper cutting fell out of the letter she was opening, she caught her breath in dismay. "Whatever does this mean?" inquired her sister, eloquent with the aid of enormous exclamation stops and heavy flourishings. "You will see it says you have written a book which is shortly to appear, and that you're the sister of the beautiful Miss Cottingham, who's approaching marriage with Lord Robert Glenkirk, etc. Have they gone mad, or have you? I don't mean gone mad, but have you really written a book?" Grandmamma looked as if she didn't know what to say or how to take it when she read the paper which Major Hawley brought round. Of course, in her young days, ladies didn't write books, or at least not often. But Major Hawley got quite angry with her and said she ought to be proud of you, and he'd always known you would make a name for yourself. And Grandmamma said in her dry way that she'd wait and see what sort of name it was before she got proud. "Oh, Rose, I do hope you haven't said anything in it to upset her. You know how old-fashioned she is in her ideas, and she thinks you have modern notions. Of course you know I am to be married from Cousin Gertrude's?" Rose smiled, with a return to her old cynical bitterness. "Les coups pour Grandma," she murmured. "Lucy could probably give her more practical instruction than she'll find in my book. Lucky for Grandmamma and Lucy that she doesn't know that." She tried to steel herself to indifference against her grandmother's opinion by recalling the stupendous fact that she was an author now, and authors must be independent of grandmotherly verdicts. But in her heart, she dreaded unspeakably the arrival of the book at the manor house. Thank goodness, everyone would be too occupied with Lucy's wedding to pay much attention to the appearance of a mere novel. It was thus, in lofty and would-be careless fashion, that Rose mentally alluded to what in reality was the supreme fact in the universe. Then the days vanished with such inconceivable rapidity that she could scarcely believe it was there the morning of the parting came. Mademoiselle Eame and Mademoiselle Clotilde stood on the doorstep of their house, watching Rose mutely as, with the aid of a loquacious cocher, she arranged her small luggage on the seat of the carriage that was to take her to the station. They could not trust themselves to go to the station. They did not offer to help with the luggage. They had forgotten everything, were oblivious to everything but the one heartbreaking fact that the child they loved was going out of their lives forever. They stood there, dressed exactly alike in dark-flowered delaine and black-frilled aprons, rigid, with tear-stained faces. Forgetting, as she was driven away to respond to Rose's waving hand, forgetting everything except that they were aging women who had no right to mothers' hearts, no ties to bind them to fresh young life, nothing vital between them and death. They went in and closed the door, and almost before it shut, Rose's last look through a blur of tears was directed not to them, but toward the little roof garden where she had written her novel. Lucy was to be married from Lady Gertrude's house and accompanied by a traveling companion arranged for by Mrs. Lester, a lady's maid whom she duly met at the station. Rose traveled straight through to London. The maid, destined for Lucy in her forthcoming character as Lady Robert Glenkirk, though French, was unvivacious and, to Rose's relief, untalkative, so that she was free to dream a great deal on the journey. The dream, full of mingled hopes and fears, was exciting and, thanks to the egoism of youth, not materially dimmed by memories and regrets. She loved the gentle spinsters, of course, But one couldn't live in tours all one's life, and her book was coming out. That reflection, even now, made her start and set the blood tingling in her veins. She found, as she expected, the Chatsworth Square house in the state of tumult, inseparable from an approaching wedding. Lucy, gay, laughing, more lovely than ever, rushed from dressmaker to milliner. There were Rose's own dresses waiting to be tried on. There were constant visits from Robin, a good-looking, good-tempered, but otherwise undistinguished youth. There were stacks of presents, hundreds of notes going in and out of the house from morning till night. In the midst of the confusion, partly to her relief but somewhat to her chagrin, Rose's book was scarcely mentioned. Mrs. Lester, who did not arrive till the evening before the wedding day, made no allusion to it, but contented herself by remarking that Rose looked well, and that her new way of doing her hair was some improvement. The wedding passed in what seemed to Rose as one of the 10 bridesmaids a suffocating mist, made up of sweet scents, white tulle, white satin, and showers of rice, through which she saw, as in a dream, an unfamiliar, beautiful Lucy, self-possessed, slightly affected. But at times, this vision, oddly enough, gave place to a little girl in a white nightgown, with tumbled curls, calling in a frightened voice for protection from the dark. Whenever this child appeared, Rose felt a lump in her throat, by which she was untroubled when the satin-clad young woman filled the scene. And it was this unfamiliar woman in a fashionable traveling dress who drove away at last, smiling and complacent, leaving her sister unmoved. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. Fame and an Invitation. Scarcely a week after the wedding, when Rose and her grandmother had returned to the manor house and life had resumed its normal course, Rose's book came out. She had spent the week in expectant terror, which the sight of a packet on the hall table one morning heightened to panic point. Fortunately, she was the first down to breakfast and could rush with it to her room and hide the advance copy in a drawer before her grandmother appeared in the dining room. That day passed in abject misery. She read the book from cover to cover and was in despair, so lifeless, so feeble did her own work, which she already knew almost by heart, now appear to her. She was near hating Helen for her officiousness in allowing the manuscript to fall into the hands of a publisher so uncritical, so puerile in his tastes, as Bartlett had proved himself by his idiotic readiness to accept it. Many times during the dragging hours she wished the earth would open and swallow her before there were any notices in the papers, or before she learned from their silence the contempt in which the brilliant critics on their staff regarded her rush to a spot where angels feared to tread. After an almost sleepless night, she went down to breakfast next morning to find Mrs. Lester reading the paper by the window, and, with a shiver of horror, a large packet on her own chair with the publisher's name compromisingly printed across it. Mrs. Lester turned and looked at her granddaughter up and down a moment before her lips relaxed into a smile that was partly satirical, partly gratified. "It seems that I've entertained a genius unawares," she remarked, and tapping the paper, handed it to Rose, who grew white and then scarlet before she allowed her startled eyes to sink to the indicated column. It was headed, "A Remarkable Novel." It was a whole column, and while her eyes saw words and phrases of eulogy, her mind saw those very words turn suddenly, magically, into expressions of scathing contempt. Yet they did not change. The laudatory words were really there. When she looked up dazed, only just beginning to feel the incoming rush of a tide of joy, Her grandmother was examining the bulky parcel on the chair. "Is this the masterpiece? If size is a criterion, it deserves the title. My dear, you must have been writing day and night for a year." "They send you 6 copies, stammered Rose. "Then you will present me with one?" She picked up a knife from the table, and by holding it out, gave Rose a smiling invitation to cut the string of the parcel. "I haven't read a novel for years," she remarked, looking critically at the green binding of the book, which bore on its cover a small design in gold, admirably drawn. "And now my granddaughter forces me to resume a youthful habit. It's inconsiderate, to say the least of it." She was smiling quite kindly now, and Rose made an effort to return the smile, though she had an intense longing to snatch the book from her hands. She felt like a mother whose plain but much-loved child is suddenly sent to be inspected by a critical relative, ready to pour secret, if not open ridicule, upon the defenseless infant. If only her grandmother would not read the novel. The desire, futile as she knew it to be, drove her out of the house so that she might at least be spared the sight of its perusal. Once out of doors, however, she forgot everything except her joy, the intense, surprised joy which made her tread on air as she rushed down to the shore, where she stood watching the waves breaking on the pebbles. The sunshine fell upon her like a benediction. The soft wind ruffled her hair and touched her cheeks. There were other criticisms to come, of course, and they might, probably would be, bad, yet nothing could unsay what had already been said. That would remain a delight forever, in spite of subsequent verdicts, however unfavorable. But they were not unfavorable. A press-cutting agency obsequiously offering its services by the next post, Mrs. Lester, greatly to Rose's surprise, at once set off the guinea which paid for numberless packets of cuttings. By the end of the week, the old schoolroom was littered with precious literary matter, every line of which, in her inexperience, Rose took seriously, with alternate elation or depression of spirits. She was more often elated than depressed, for the book was, on the whole, wonderfully well reviewed. Appearing today would have attracted very little attention, but Rose was fortunate in the hour of her literary debut. It was the hour of the apotheosis of youth. Her publisher was the fashionable middleman between the cult of the moment and its receptive public, and the novel was nothing if not youthful. Despite crudity, lack of proportion, and hasty generalization, that fact gave it charm. It was sincere. It told part, if not the whole, truth. Above all, it was fresh, utterly unsophisticated. And as the new cult, the new movement, was many-sided, the book gained the approbation even of those young gentlemen who revelled in a reputation for exotic tastes and perverted instincts. Its very callousness appealed to people fresh from the perusal of a brilliant essay on the mereness of a half-grown actress who captivated audiences by her lack of makeup and her curt, childish nod in response to applause. In Rose's artless story, such critics professed to find a piquant stimulus to jaded nerves, and they reiterated praises of its simplicity, its fidelity to life, its value as a human document. That it was nothing of the sort, Rose in the depths of her soul knew perfectly well. The young girl she had drawn, though up to a certain point true to life, was true to that point and no farther. There were omissions, suppressions, there were reticences which her creator neither dared nor wished to overpass. To be more exact, it was her shyness which dictated to Rose this policy of reticence, of suppression and omission, even while the spirit of truth that was in her clamored for avowal. Yet how to make avowals which would seem to make her heroine shameful? How could she be on the whole a nice girl, and yet sometimes a prey to infamous thoughts and desires? And yet, with her intimate knowledge of the young woman in question, Rose was quite sure that she was, on the whole, a nice girl, in spite of many unstated things for which she blushed for her, really blushed, so well she knew the workings of her mind and emotions. In writing about her, she had puzzled long over this difficulty, and had finally taken refuge in the hazy surmise that perhaps she oughtn't to judge from her own experience of herself, sadly admitting that she was probably exceptional, not really a nice girl. This, in spite of the deductions drawn by Mademoiselle Amy from her clear eyes and intellectual expression. These merely showed how people might be deceived. And yet, anyhow, one can't do it, and I should hate to do it, so there's an end of it, had been her final decision. Unabashed, therefore, though something of a fraud, her heroine presented her clear eyes to a world which apparently accepted her in good faith. That her psychology was only true up to the approximate age of 15 did not matter. Even when they knew better, critics applauded the faithful and fearless delineation of the mind and heart of a young girl. And Rose winced when she thought of what they might have said if she had been really fearless. In addition to the excitement of reviews, the post brought letters which deliciously flattered her. Helen had, of course, written at once from Switzerland, and every day came fresh congratulations from people whose very existence she had almost forgotten, as well as from some of whose existence she had never heard. These strangers who wrote to express admiration and to ask for information on points which she had never considered were the most interesting of all her correspondence. She religiously answered their letters, feeling important and at the same time inclined to laugh because she was being taken so seriously. One letter rather touched her. It was from Geoffrey, the first he had written since she had parted from him nearly a year and a half ago. He was home again now, but he made no suggestion of coming to see her, and in the midst of his congratulations there was a wistful note, as who should say, "You are farther than ever away from me now." Rose privately agreed with him, but she felt transiently sorry for Geoffrey, and hoped he would marry someone quite soon and be very happy. In the general atmosphere of praise and adulation, her grandmother's lack of enthusiasm did not much affect her. Innocent as, from the modern standpoint, was the novel of the moment, its ideas, its tendencies, were those of the rising generation, and as such, repugnant to all Mrs. Lester's prejudices. Privately, she had been bored by a book which seemed to her flat, unexciting, and dull to the last degree. It was not her idea of a novel, this description of an uneventful life, and this everlasting prying into people's minds. A novel, if one must waste one's time over such a thing, should deal with hairbreadth adventure and, above all, with romance, and evidently Rose had no idea of romance. She confided these sentiments to Major Hawley one day when he had ridden over to the manor house, full of real enthusiasm, to congratulate the girl whom he had now left in the garden, picking flowers for the dinner table. "My dear madam, it's the new way of writing," he assured her. "It's all the vogue, that sort of thing, and the little girl's damned clever to have picked it up, considering she's never been in literary society. Can't think how she did it, the little baggage. It's in the air, I suppose. The young things drink it in without knowing it." "Well," returned Mrs. Lester, with a shrug of the shoulders, "you read modern novels, so no doubt you know more about it than I do. But I can't think why anyone should make a fuss about a story at all. I've waded through no end of stuff in which these newspaper men take the thing as seriously as though it mattered. I thought a novel was a light thing for amusement when one hadn't anything better to read. To hear these men talk, you'd think a novel was as important as a work on politics or history." So it may be, declared the Major. "I'll tell you what it is," he broke out irascibly. "You've never appreciated that granddaughter of yours. I'm willing to wager that you think 10 times more of Lucy for marrying a title than of Rose for writing a book which has already made her some sort of name." "I do," returned Mrs. Lester, with provoking calm. "Though I'm glad of Rose's success, even if I don't understand it," she added, with some cordiality. "There's the postman," cried Rose. She came running from the garden through the drawing-room, her hands full of flowers, which she dropped unceremoniously onto a chair. In a moment she was back again, laughing, with a pile of letters. All her former half-defiant constraint in her grandmother's presence had vanished with her happiness, and the Major saw Mrs. Lester watching her. There was a gleam of tolerant amusement in the old lady's eyes, which softened the usually rigid face. The girl had opened an envelope, and after a puzzled glance at the letter it contained, turned to the signature, the sight of which sent a rush of color into her cheeks. "Why, it's from Jack Colquhoun," she cried exultingly and without premeditation. "And who is Jack Colquhoun?" asked Mrs. Lester in an amiably teasing voice. "Oh, a very nice man I met last year in London, who never wrote." She went on talking absently while her eyes eagerly traveled over the neat, clear handwriting before her. As she read, her face grew more and more radiant. "He likes my book, and he says his mother has written to me," she exclaimed jubilantly. "This must be the letter." She snatched up another from the pile and opened it with trembling hands. "Oh, Grandmama, she wants me to go and stay with her," she broke out, stumbling over the words in her excitement. "They're awfully nice people. I went to school with her daughters, Katie and Frances, and I've been to her house with Miss Quayle. She says so many people want to meet me, and I ought to be in London just now. I don't know why they should want to meet me, but read it. Do read it." She thrust the letter into her grandmother's hand, and as the old lady adjusted her spectacles, stood watching her impatiently, her own eyes blazing, forgetting the presence of the Major, forgetting everything in her excited suspense. "Well, you'd better go," said Mrs. Lester quietly, after a careful perusal of the letter. "They must be the Rothshire Colquhouns, I think," she added. "If so, I remember them. Bertie Colquhoun married a Miss Stewart. She signed herself Stewart Colquhoun, I see," Mrs. Lester went on. "It's just as well to turn the expenses of a wedding to account." "Oh, how splendid, how perfectly splendid," murmured Rose under her breath. She swept her letters together and rushed out into the garden like a child who must shout and sing or die. The Major laughed. "Don't you envy that?" he asked. "She's young and she's happy for once in her life, if she's never happy again. I was always fond of little Rose," he added inconsequentially. "I hope to goodness you'll get married," observed Mrs. Lester, looking after the girl with a quizzical smile. "It won't be Geoffrey now." "I'm afraid not." "My dear lady, he'd never do for her," returned the old man irritably. "Do you see a young literary lioness the wife of a country squire like Geoffrey Winter?" "No, I'm afraid I see her, what in your modern jargon is called, I believe, a bachelor girl, and for which the plain English is an old maid." "And you can't imagine a worse fate?" "No," returned Mrs. Lester, with a decisive snap of the lips. The Major decided to laugh. "You're an uncompromising retrogressionist," he declared, rising. "If that's a woman who hasn't lost her common sense, I agree," returned Mrs. Lester, exercising her woman's privilege of the last word. "Well, give my love to Rose, and tell her not to get her head turned," said the Major. "I don't think she will, though," he added at the door. "She's not conceited." Rose stood in the garden and leaned over the gate that led to the sea. It lay beneath her, blue, calm, illimitable, and she laughed for sheer joy. The reaction from the despair of a week ago to the glittering prospect of today was almost too overwhelming. The gates leading to the enchanted land had opened as though by magic before her, and she was about to enter her kingdom. All the glamour of youth was about her. The birds sang for her, the roses bloomed, trees spread their shade for her delight, and for her pleasure the sea was of a jewel-like blue. She was profoundly, ecstatically grateful to be alive, and Jack Colquhoun liked her book. Whatever of joy or of sorrow the coming years might bring, the remembrance of this one perfect hour would be with her forever. End of chapter 28, read by Brize, Youngstown. End of Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett.